of the inaugural Las Vegas Formula One Grand Prix. It is fight night from the T-Mobile Arena. Las Vegas, Nevada is the place to be this weekend, and these fight fans are in for a treat with the card that we have here for you. We're opening up the show with the Las Vegas battle of two natives, Floyd Diaz taking on Max Ornelius, and then Brian Norman Jr. taking on Quentin Randall in the battle of undefeateds in a fight that could very well steal the show. Then our co-main event, the first of two world title fights, this one for the WBO welterweight world title, the champion Emmanuel Navarrete against the challenger Robson Conceição. In our main event, Shakur Stevenson looking to take home his third different division world title, the vacant WBO junior lightweight world title on the line, but Edwin de los Santos has something to say about it. Hello everyone, welcome inside T-Mobile Arena. I'm Christina Poncher, joined tonight by my broadcast partner, Michaela Mayer. Michaela, pleasure to have you with us. I'm really excited about this fight card. Not only is it a championship doubleheader, but one of the best fighters in the world, Shakur Stevenson, in action tonight in our main event.
Exactly. There's been no secret that I think Shakur is a generational talent. I truly believe that he'll be the last one standing when it's all said and done. So it's hard to bet against him, but I know he has a tough opponent tonight. I'm really hoping to see a competitive fight. De Los Santos he's game and he's got the power, and we'll see what he can do against the great Shakur Stevenson.
Edwin de los Santos fighting tonight in his first scheduled 12-rounder, and it's for a world title. But first, we're going to bring you a little bonus coverage since we have a couple fighters in the ring right now that we think you might want to see. Middleweight scheduled for 8 rounds. We're going to pick it up in round 6. It's the undefeated 2020 U.S. Olympian Troy Isley taking on upset-minded Vladimir Hernandez, who comes into this fight at 14-5, but don't let his record deceive you. In his last 4 fights, he has had 3 major upsets to Lorenzo Truck Simpson, who he beat in his last fight, J-Rock Julian Williams back in 2021, and also Alfredo Aguilar, and was giving Jesus Ramos Jr. a tough fight up until he lost that one by stoppage in the 6th round. There's a look at Vladimir Hernandez, who is always a tough out, but Troy Isley has got some new tricks in his bag that he's been displaying tonight because he has a new corner. He has parted ways with longtime trainer Kei Karama on good terms still, but is now working with the team from B&B Boxing Academy. That's Bo Mack, Brian McIntyre, Isaul Dieguez, and Red Spikes in his corner, along with his longtime trainer who's been with him alongside Kei as well, in Ronald Sims. Michaela, we watched this fight before we got on air. I mean, to give the viewers, kind of get them up to speed, Troy Isley's looked pretty good, but Hernandez has been tough.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing this fight because I know Troy just made a huge change, and I wanted to see. I know him. I've been in the gym with him for years, you know, and I wanted to see if I saw a big difference. And I'm not gonna lie, I do. He looks really, really sharp tonight. He looks relaxed. He's throwing the right punches. He's picking his shots. But Hernandez, I mean, I've been in the ring with someone like Hernandez, and I fought Hamadouche, and they do not stop coming, and that's exactly what Hernandez is doing. He'll take all the shots in the world. He'll take him to the head, he'll take him on the chin, he'll take him to the body, and so that's why we have to make sure that Troy stays disciplined throughout this whole fight. So far, this is what, round 6, I believe, and he's still doing a great job. So Hernandez is still coming though, trying to break him down.
Neither fighter's been hurt, neither fighter's been knocked down through the first 5 rounds. There has been a significant cut opened in round 4 above the right eyebrow of Hernandez, 24K, as he is coined as his nickname, shows the southpaw, fighting out of Stockton, California. He's just continued to man the center of the ring as Troy Isley has found his way working around the outside, using the stick very well, going down to the body at times, also shooting the uppercut.
Yeah, he's doing a good job at mixing up. Sometimes he's sitting there digging to the body, and other times he's boxing and moving. If I had any complaints, it would be him standing a little bit too close to the ropes. You don't want to be against the edge of the ropes. Everyone knows you want to keep the fighter in the center of the ring so that all judges can see what's going on and what punches are landing. So a little bit too much on the ropes for me, just like right here sitting there. But he's not getting hit with a lot of shots. He's not taking a ton of punishment. However, would love to see it a little bit more in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, Hernandez has thrown a lot of shots, but exactly to your point, Michaela, not a lot are landing clean. They haven't been scoring punches. He has been aggressive, but not necessarily effective with his aggressiveness.
Yeah, I'd also love to see Troy Isley finish with the hook. He's landing that right hand perfectly on Hernandez, right down the pipe. That's what you want to throw when you're fighting the southpaw. They're trying to throw the same thing. It's all about landing that backhand. And Troy's consistently landing that backhand, but he's not finishing with the hook, and it's leaving him open. The hook will bring you back into position.
Hernandez swinging wildly, none of this landing. That big hand landed right there at the end of the round, and Troy counters with the right.
You can't get comfortable with somebody like Hernandez. I just saw Troy getting a little bit comfortable, right? He doesn't feel like Hernandez is hurting him. He feels like he's boxing and moving and doing his thing. But when you get comfortable with someone who has this a very aggressive Mexican style like Hernandez does, one shot is all it takes. You can't get lazy with them. You've got to stay behind your jab. You've got to hold your form, and you've got to keep fighting. Right here in the corner, this is where I'm talking about. Troy's getting a little bit too relaxed here. He should not be in the corner. I know it's hard when you have someone like Hernandez backing you up, but he finds his opening here and lands a couple shots on Troy.
And Troy, that's something that for Isley that has been a little bit of a detriment, is that sometimes he doesn't finish the round strong. Sometimes he'll have a dominant couple minutes, and then the other guy will come in, kind of have a flurry of punches and try to steal the round at the end. And that's why I think you saw Isley use an expletive, walk into the corner, turning around, because he knew, dang it, he got some of those shots in, and I didn't need to just stand there for that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a standing in the corner type thing, you know.
He gets caught with the right hand here to start round 7.
His corner's got to keep him out of the corner.
Don't put baby in the corner. Nice right hand set up off the jab for Isley.
Again, really good right hand. He's been landing that right hand all night, but he has to finish with the hook, and he can finish it. He can finish the combination with the hook.
Left hand to the body for Hernandez. Hernandez swinging those hooks wildly as Troy takes the straight road with the right hand.
Just threw 3, 4 right hands in a row. There's a 4th one. There's a 5th one. No hooks. The hook would land. The hook would get him back in position. You'll see he'll start to square up a little bit after goes that right hand. His feet come together, and he's square. If he finishes with the hook, he'll be back in position, and the hook will land. The hook will finish the combination and keep Hernandez off of him. It'd be a way better use of his energy.
Everything Hernandez throws is with bad intentions. It's wild. It comes from different angles at times, but it's always a hard shot. Very rarely do you see him just popping out his jab.
And this is where Hernandez usually comes on in a fight, right? It's hard to hang in there at this pace. And someone like Troy, who's really not used to working at this pace, he hasn't fought a fighter this aggressive before. This is where Hernandez will take over the fight if Troy doesn't stay disciplined and keep his combinations up.
Isley has gone the distance in his last 4 fights since getting his last knockout back in June of 2022. Hernandez is one of those guys, though, where you come to this fight knowing that he's in here for the long haul. He's just a really tough opponent.
A little too much slipping and moving for me. It's just you gotta continue to let your hands go against Hernandez. Combinations, you know, Troy's landing these shots, but a little bit more combinations. He's sometimes not even throwing 2 punches. I want to see 3, 4 punches.
Left hand there from Hernandez while he was back against the ropes, and now he smartly walks him back to the center of the ring. Under 30 seconds left to go here in round 7. There was a right hand and a left hook down to the body, Michaela, from Troy, but too far and few between for your liking, I know. 10 seconds left here in round 7.
Tienes que buscar un golpe
You want that man in your
de
corner.
potencia, un golpe de
Stitched
potencia,
around,
¿ok?
working on that
Trabájalo, hazlo
cut
perder uno
above
y
the right
necesito que
eyebrow.
encuentres un golpe de
Right below the
potencia
right eyebrow,
para poder
excuse me, of
cambiar todo
Hernandez.
esto, Vladimir, ¿ok? Busca un golpe
As
de
we take a look
potencia.
back at
Tú
some highlights
puedes.
from round 7.
Vladimir, toda la preparación. Tienes
There you
un
see
round, tienes 3 minutos.
he's
Es
calling him
suficiente para que
Shakur.
acabes
Throw that
esto,
right hand
Vladimir, 3
out
minutos,
and land
¿ok?
again, but then he
Trabaja.
pulls straight back, ends up back against the rope, and let Hernandez sort of
Te
take
dije
over.
que cuando tiraras el
Would love
volado,
to see him
no
finish
te
with a
vayas
combination of hook behind that right hand and keep pushing him back. Push him back to the center of the ring. It's going to take a lot of work, it takes a lot of energy, but you know, that's what he had to train for going into this fight
You don't want to
against
give him this round.
the work rate
That's to him.
that Hernandez has.
If you can stop him, stop him.
The 8th and final round for Troy Isley and Vladimir Hernandez. Starts with a couple jabs and right hands from Isley. Double right hand. Down to the body with the right hand. Uppercut. Able to block that swinging left from Hernandez and answer back with the right. Michaela, looks like Troy wants to stand here and bang with him this last round.
Yeah, well, and one thing, and you do have to bang it out sometimes with an opponent like this. You have to get their respect. But one thing I've seen is when Troy's throwing that backhand, he's bringing his back foot with him, and he ends up very square. Maybe that's the reason he can't finish with the hook, or he can't follow up with the second combination. He should be using a little bit more boxing right now, and a little bit more combinations. Finish this round strong.
Down to the body with the right hand for Isley.
Definitely stay off the rope right here. This is where Hernandez is strong. It's the last round. He doesn't care. He's been keeping up the same pace. Troy's got to be sure he doesn't get caught with anything. Being up against the rope is not the place to take the risk.
Uppercut sneaks in for Hernandez.
Yeah, one punch isn't going to cut it. One punch isn't going to keep this type of style off of you. You got to be punching in combinations.
Isley missing with the 1-2, coming back with the left hook to finish that combination. Nice left hand lands there for Hernandez. Down to the body with the left for Hernandez.
Good flipping and moving from Isley, but it's a lot of defense. 8th round isn't the time to play defense. He wants to keep his foot on the gas and leave it all out there.
Under a minute left to go in the fight.
You know, someone like Hernandez can take headshots all day. That's just his type of style. It's what he's used to doing. So a way to work around that is to dig down to the body. Right here, there's a lot of ducking, a lot of movement, but you gotta punch and you gotta let your combos go off of that movement, off of those flips.
Well, they're a difficult spot too, where they are, because a lot of these shots from Hernandez are not really landing flush, but depending on where you're sitting, Michaela, it could look like he's tagging Troy with these shots of finishing this round strong once again. Left hand lands for Hernandez.
Yeah, he's whipping those shots around.
Troy Isley goes the distance for his 5th consecutive fight, and we're going to go to the scorecards. And what was a tough out for Isley and his new team, but everybody expected that from Vladimir Hernandez. He's had some great experience. He's had some big upsets. Arguably, on paper, the toughest opponent that Troy Isley has faced in his professional career in just 10 professional fights. And let's remember that too, right? We know Isley has had a tremendous amount of amateur experience. This is only his 11th pro fight.
Yeah, you know, he's still developing as a pro and still making those necessary changes out of the amateur Olympic style. And this is his first test against this type of fighter who doesn't have anywhere near an amateur style. This is a very sound.
That was a better pro resume, yeah.
Yeah, and a better pro resume. He's been in the ring. He knows how to go those rounds, and he definitely has a lot of experience. So this was a good experience for Troy to step in there. I'm sure he wanted the stoppage, but again, the rounds are always important as well. And again, it is his first fight with his new corner and his new team, and that changes don't happen overnight. So, you know, give him a good year together, and hopefully we'll see Troy make even more leaps.
Well, yeah, you're not going to see a tremendous amount of changes in your first fight with a new team, but was there anything? I think Mark Chinook is in the ring with the decision. That's going to come our way in just a minute, but we'll recap this one for you one more time and then get on to the next. Here's Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds here inside T-Mobile Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Max DeLuca, Robert Hoyle, and Steve Weisfeld all have it 77-75. For your winner by unanimous decision, Troy, the Transformer Isley.
77-75 on all of the judges' scorecards. A little bit of boos here from the crowd, which Troy seems to welcome. Nonetheless, he continues his undefeated streak, now 11-0 with 4 knockouts. For Vladimir Hernandez is now 14-6 as a pro.
I was gonna say, was that some booing I heard?
Yeah, it was. I think some of the fans favored the aggressiveness of Hernandez, but it definitely was not effective aggressiveness on a consistent basis. And I think that's why the fight was scored close, but they got the winner.
Yeah, and you do have a lot of fans in this arena who definitely favor that style. Maybe a lot of fans of Neverete, and but I do believe that Troy deserved the decision.
All right, this is a big weekend here in Las Vegas, and the reason why this fight card is taking place on a Thursday night is because you see those streets all lit up right there? That is the racetrack that has completely taken over the Las Vegas Strip for the inaugural Formula One Grand Prix. It's a fantastic 3-day event that's taking place for the first time here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Some of the practice runs begin this evening with some of the racers late tonight, and the race officially starts late Saturday night on the Las Vegas Strip. But I mean, it's pretty incredible what they've pulled together here for what, almost a $500 million
Yeah,
event.
wow, this is the first time I'm actually seen it.
From the aerial shot, right?
Yeah, and I live here now, and this is the first time I'm actually seen it. But yeah, that looks amazing. I kind of wish I could go there.
Couple Formula One racers in attendance this evening, expected to be in attendance, along with some celebrities and athletes from other professional sports to kick off what is a big weekend. And when it comes to a Grand Prix, it's a who's who. A lot of money involved, a lot of fans that have a lot of money, and celebrities. So that is the reason why ESPN Top Rank is having a show here on a Thursday night. Not only a show, they want it to be a world championship caliber fight, and that's what we got right here in our main event. The WBC lightweight world title is vacant. On the line for both of these guys, Shakur Stevenson and Edwin de los Santos. Michaela Mayer, break down our main event. How do you see this one going down?
I really love Shakur Stevenson. I think that he is incredibly hard to hit. He's extremely smart when it comes to timing and his space. And I don't think a lot of people realize that until they get in the ring with him and they realize how hard he is to hit. Someone like De Los Santos is gonna need to throw punches and combinations. You can't sit on the outside of Shakur. He'll stand out there and he'll pick you all night. You also gotta take chances. You gotta maybe rough him up and get a little risky if you're gonna land some shots. So lots of combinations from De Los Santos, and you know, some rough moves in there, and just try and take Shakur out of his comfort zone, because if you let him stay in his comfort zone all night, he's gonna box you up to pieces.
Speaking of Shakur's comfort zone, he's been in it all week. He's had his daughter by his side. He's had 2 of his own mentors, Andre Ward and Bud Crawford, who have been with him since the weigh-in, and now he himself feels a sense of responsibility to do the same for the younger generation.
You were everyone's kid brother. Now you're the big brother. What happened?
I love for people around me to get better, and I think that'd be like my main focus when I don't have a fight coming up, is helping my little cousin get better, helping my little brother get better. Main thing that I would tell them is you'll learn more watching somebody than hearing what somebody got to say sometimes. So I was fortunate enough to go watch Andre Ward when I was younger, came up in the gym with Terrence Crawford. I could sit there and watch them. The main thing with me telling them to watch, I think it evolves their game. When you put great fighters around other great fighters, we can't do nothing but make each other better. Honestly, I just love having them on side of me. They really just love the sport of boxing. And I enjoy having that around me.
Here's a look at some of the weigh-in footage for our next bout. That is Max Ornelas, and that is Floyd Cashflow Diaz.
Vegas, Nevada, Floyd
Both
Cashflow
fighters from
Diaz.
Las Vegas, Nevada. This could be a tough matchup for the undefeated Floyd Cashflow Diaz. As we take a quick look, Michaela, at the tail of the tape.
Yeah, we're going up against Floyd Diaz. He's 5'5", going up against Max Ornelas, 5'9". That's going to be his biggest advantage going into this fight because Ornelas is a boxer, he is a mover, and he's going to use that height reach to his advantage. We'll see if Floyd Diaz can close the space and land his shots.
And there is Floyd Cashflow Diaz. He usually has the flashy hair. He's kind of kept that mild, but he does have the Bengal tiger robe, mask, shoes. I believe he even has tails. Later on, we'll get a shot of the shoes. You got to see the shoes.
Inside T-Mobile Arena here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by AutoZone. Get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. And by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds for the vacant WBC Youth Bantamweight title. Our judges at ringside, Tim Cheatham, Glenn Feldman, and Dave Moretti. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Raul Caez Jr. Introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 117.9 pounds, wearing animal print trunks. His record, 15 victories. 1 defeat, 1 draw. 5 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Las Vegas, Nevada, Max Ornelas. Introducing out of the red corner, presented in association with Antonio Leonard Promotions. He weighed in at 117.7 pounds, wearing orange and black trunks. His record, perfect. 9 fights, 9 victories. 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Also from right here in Las Vegas, Nevada, Floyd Cashflow Diaz.
Fighter chief second. Mouthpiece. Fighter chief second. Mouthpiece. All right, gentlemen, you received the instructions in the dressing room. Know what I expect. Good, clean fight. Legal punches here for you. Legal punches here for you. Touch gloves, good luck to both of you.
Floyd Diaz with the eye of the tiger. I mean, how'd it go? You knew that was coming, right,
Yeah.
Michaela? I had to.
We got to talk about it.
We got to talk about
We
it.
got the tiger versus the cheetah.
Don't we? There's the shot of the shoes. Thank you very much. There's a tail on the backside.
Ready?
A Bengal tiger, and then we got the cheetah print trunks over here for Ornelas. I'm Christina Poncher, joined by Michaela Mayer. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds in the junior featherweight division. Both fighters, local fighters from Las Vegas, Nevada. Cashflow Diaz, 9-0 with 3 KOs. Grew up in the gym. Young protege of Floyd Mayweather, who actually gave him the nickname Cashflow.
I almost didn't recognize him because he usually has some type of wild hair color
Sure does, yeah.
and style.
But, you know, he told me this week that all the time that it takes to get his hair done and do that in a couple hours that it's been taking him, he said, you know what, I could put those hours in at the gym. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm gonna let my natural color come out, and I'm gonna let my boxing and my ability speak louder than my hair this time, and I like to hear it. I'm not mad at it.
Can't say
I know all about that.
Women can
Spend
really have
hours
any sympathy for you. That's in that case because
we don't
think
have
of what we have to go through.
Hello. Hello.
You can see Ornelas. Yeah, Max Ornelas is keeping that space and using his reach really well, which he does often. He's not going to sit in there and try and exchange with Diaz. He's going to make it really difficult for Diaz to get in and land on him. He took a couple little steps back and then inches back forward with the jab, and then he'll take that couple steps back again, just like that, to avoid Diaz's shots. And just sort of, you can see, just feeling out the distance right now. Seeing what Diaz is going to do, trying to land that jab.
Floyd Diaz back in the ring for the second time this year after a 5-fight 2022. Had to rest a torn tendon in his right hand between his index finger and his knuckle, which kept him a little less active, a lot less active, I should say, this year in 2023. Only a second fight after 5 last year, so he would like to come back and make up for some lost time that some of the other prospects out of the top-ranked stable have continued to get fights in. Feels like he's been, trying to play catch-up here after suffering an injury before his last fight. Feeling out round for the most part with Diaz around the outside of the ring and Ornelas manning the middle.
Yeah, one thing I do like about how Ornelas is keeping that space, and he's the boxer. He's not necessarily the aggressive one, but he is, because look, he's still backing Diaz up against the ropes. He's slowly inching him back without being close on the inside or in range to get hit. He's just keeping that pressure on.
10 seconds, stop at the bell.
The best shots of the round for Floyd Diaz coming at the 10-second marker. But
yeah,
it's pretty much been Ornelas who has put the pressure in round 1.
That combination that he just threw is exactly what he has to do. He's got to meet him. He's got to meet Ornelas while he's coming in and land shots over the top. Use his height against him.
Drop your hands down more and more. Look at that overhand. There. Okay? Nice and tight.
The Floyd Diaz corner, and his father is also his trainer, Mike Diaz.
Shit already red, baby.
Hey, shoot that hook to the shoulder at first, and then when he starts eating, switch to the top, okay? He'll dip into it. He keeps dipping over to the right también, okay? Good work, yeah, good work. Keep pushing the output, okay? Just be cautious when you're in the corner. He's just trying to set you up, okay? So that's all he's trying to do. Si puedes, mijo, van a estar los
Keep
toppers
pushing
también,
the output. Keep backing him up. They like the aggressiveness from their fighter, Cornelius, in round 1. Might have won him the round.
Box.
I definitely think Cornelius won that round. It's smart pressure. He's still keeping his space. The footwork is great, the in and out movement, and it throws Diaz off. Now Diaz has to get his timing, get his rhythm down.
Diaz looking to
good change up,
front foot, and the pressure continues to come from Ornelas.
Good change of rhythm there with a 4-punch combination instead of just the jab and the in and out movement. Diaz looking to sit there and counter with that right overhand, right over the top.
Yeah, he baited him in with that front foot jab and then landed the right hand. Oh, big shot drops Cornelius in round 2.
4, 5.
I love the way he mixed that up.
7, 8.
He was coming over with the overhand right, even faked it a few times, and then boom, pushed off that back foot with a big left hook.
Get a couple more looks at that, but a knockdown scored for Cashflow Diaz early on in this one.
Close little headbutt there, but you can see that, and I don't know a lot about Floyd Diaz. This is my first time really being here live watching him, but you can see just from that setup that he does have a high ring IQ, because you saw him fake the right hand and then completely switch it up and jump in with the left hook, and it worked beautifully.
Lewis looking to land the right hand off the double jab.
Stop! No punch, I'm here. Let him go. Step back. Box.
Max Ornelas had some fantastic sparring to get him ready for Cashflow Diaz because he knew the type of opponent that he was facing. So put in some work at DLX, sparring with Bernardo Lopez, Bruce Shushu Carrington, Duke Reagan, just to name a few. So he really knew that he was going to have to get sharp to compete with the undefeated Floyd Cashflow Diaz because of, like you mentioned, the high ring IQ, the hand speed, and the amateur experience.
Yeah, Diaz is landing his shots now. You can see Ornelas is getting a little bit hesitant. He's got to be careful. He's still keeping the pressure on, backing Diaz up against the ropes.
Shooting out that jab, but Diaz able to block a lot of these shots as he goes down to the body with the left hand.
That jab is going to be important for Ornelas. He's got to keep that jab in the face of Diaz.
Absolutely, and Diaz looking to counter over the jab with the right hand.
10 seconds, stop at the bell.
A 10-8 round likely scored here for Floyd Diaz as he gets his first knockout of the fight, knockdown of the fight.
Hi, my name is Rachel, and I'm a Top Rank Knockout. I've been a Top Rank Knockout for a little good while now, going on 10 years.
And here's the look at the knockdown scored by Diaz. He looped the left hand right over the guard, and actually looked like Ornelas' feet were a little bit off balance there, which probably helped with the shot landed.
Well,
he was crossing his feet.
He was taking that step back that he's been doing all night. You know, his feet aren't coming together. They're still apart. You know, usually when your feet are together, it's easier to get knocked down, but his feet seem like they're a good length apart. Diaz just jumped in, landed that shot perfectly.
And got him back on his heels and then back on his bottom.
The way he fights, the way his fans are, everything about the boxing league when it was a Pacquiao fight was so amazing.
And Ornelas coming into this fight is coming off a controversial decision loss against Hector Valdez, who was undefeated at the time. And what one boxing writer, Jake Donovan here in the States, said was the most erroneous decision that he's seen in quite some time. And then he has a draw on his record due to a fighter unable to continue from an accidental headbutt.
Yeah, and I agree. I watched that fight with
Hector
Valdez today, and Ornelas was just boxing and moving around and landing his combinations at will. And then stepping off and taking his move.
So we really could be looking at two undefeated fighters if you ask most people that know the sport or that watch that fight. And it looks like it so far. I mean, each fighter has a round. Obviously, Diaz scoring that knockdown in the last round to give him a 10-8 advantage, but back and forth they've gone for much of this fight, aside from that knockdown. And Diaz going to the body here early in round 3.
This is a great style matchup because they both are good at what they do. Ornelas is a great boxer. He's great with his feet, in and out movement. And if Diaz wasn't so smart and smart with his attacks, you know, Ornelas will box circles around you.
Oh, nice right hand there lands for Diaz.
Stop! No punch, no punch. Box.
Diaz wants to be fast. He's shown that tonight. He wants to have some side-to-side movement. He's got to try to cut off the ring. These are all things that he told us when we spoke to him yesterday that he wants to do, and I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah, he's got great defense on the inside, too. Once he lets his combos go, he's right back tight in his shell, ready to defend anything that comes back.
And has used a lot of feints.
Good right overhand right. He snuck that right in there, right behind the feint.
Missed there with two left hands, did Diaz. And Alias looks to score to the body with the lead left hand. Oh, and another knockdown scored for Diaz.
3, 4, 5, okay? 6.
Diaz is doing a great job at meeting him, meeting Ornelas as he steps in. And letting him run right into his shots.
Stop! No punch, I'm here. Let him go. Here we go. Turn around. Box.
Left hand scores. It gets inside on that. That was good timing for Ornelas there.
Yeah, and he's going to have to keep up the combinations. You can't just one-shot now with someone like Diaz who's looking to counter and come over the top. And he doesn't just come with one shot. He's stepping in and closing the space, just like that.
Left hand was connecting flush there for Diaz, and now he's wore that one.
So Ornelas is going to need more than 2 shots. He's going to need more than one combination.
10 seconds. Stop at the bell.
Combinations here to close the round strong for Cashflow as he gets caught with the counter left. Look at the Diaz corner. Now take a look at the second knockdown of the fight scored for Floyd Diaz.
He just took that left hand and again met Ornelas as he was coming in to take throw his combination. Boom, right up. Oh, was that a hook?
It was a beautiful left hand that scored the knockdown. Let's see it in slow motion here. Just a straight left hand.
Oh, from the other angle, so this is why being in the center of the ring is so important, because from the other angle, I thought it was a left hook to the body because his hand dropped down after he hit him on the side of the face, but you're right, that was a perfect stiff jab.
You get the sense that Cashflow Diaz is getting his timing down. He's able to time Cornelius and his combinations, and that's how he was able to I think even with using his feints, kind of bait him in, knew when he was going to come, and timed it perfectly. When Cornelius threw his right, he threw his left and scored that knockdown.
Yeah, you can tell he's used to fighting boxers who maybe move on him. You know, he seems to have a lot of power, really explosive, and so he's used to it. He's used to knowing how to close that space, get his timing down, and find his way in. Good stiff jab from Diaz.
Oh, again, catches him with a hard shot on the counter with the right hand.
Great counter right hand. And again, he loves that shot. Sort of dips a little bit to the right, takes the hit off whatever Ornelas is throwing, and comes back with his own right hand.
A little smirk on the face of Diaz, getting comfortable, getting back in his rhythm after being out of the ring the last 6 months.
Yeah, you can tell he's really relaxed. You don't see any type of rust.
Ornelas has to be careful when he just pops out that one single jab. It doesn't come with combinations like that.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. He cannot one punch on Diaz. Diaz is too comfortable right now. He's throwing big bombs. Ornelas has to protect himself with 3-punch combinations, preferably finishing with the hook. Going down to the body and then finishing to the head.
Yeah, Michaela, that's something Ornelas hasn't done, right? He's been head hunting quite a bit. Not any sort of significant work downstairs to the body. Maybe a little hard for him to reach on the smaller fighter. You know about that.
Yeah. You got to bend your legs and get down there because Diaz is smaller, so he's going to slip. You don't want to let him get underneath you.
Good counter, right? Nice uppercut there from Ornelas. The Ornelas counter corner likes the aggressiveness. Although Diaz able to block a lot of these shots, just continuing to egg their fighter on to come forward and throw combinations.
But that was a good long 1-2 from Ornelas, and it worked. It caught Diaz, and then he got his face and got out. If he finishes with the hook, he'll be able to keep Diaz off him even more. Even easier.
Down to the body with a stab jab for Diaz. Nice left hand scores for Ornelas.
Good 3-punch combinations. That's what he has to do. He's got to keep up the combos.
Much better round there for Ornelas. Not sure if it's enough on the scorecards as we take another look right outside our venue. The Formula One Grand Prix racetrack here in Las Vegas. There's been Formula One cars peppered all over different casinos as part of the promotion for Saturday's race. It's actually taking place pretty late, Michaela, on Saturday night. 10 p.m. start time. So it could be in prime time over in Europe and the other parts of the world, but till about 2 a.m. in the morning. If you booked a room on the Strip and we're not here for the race, you're gonna have a hard time getting any sort of sleep with Formula One race cars around the track.
Yeah, and I believe there's a sporting events going on that day that start like 11 a.m. just to be done and cleared out by the time F1 starts, because I know it's going to be taking all the broadcasts.
All right, round 5 of this scheduled 8-rounder. Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer here with you, leading up to our 2 World Championship fights later on tonight. Emmanuel Navarrete looking to defend his junior lightweight world title against Robson Conceição. And then our main event for the vacant WBC lightweight world title, Shakur Stevenson and Edwin de los Santos. That's still to come. Also still to come, Brian Norman Jr. taking on Quentin Randall in a battle of undefeated welterweights. That one should be good. That's coming up next.
Ornelas doing a little bit better in the first half of this round, just boxing, you know, keeping that space like he was in the beginning of the fight. He doesn't want to get caught up in exchanging with Diaz because Diaz is very strong and powerful and explosive.
And landed a big body shot with the left hand right there too, Michaela.
He's got to keep that moving, keep popping that jab, and behind that jab, mix up the rhythm with combinations. You can see Ornelas likes to come forward, but sometimes when he switches it up and lets Diaz come to him, he has more success with the boxing. He doesn't get himself falling in like that.
Diaz looking to block and counter, that time just missing with the left hands, but he's done a good job of keeping his guard high and deflecting a lot of these Ornelas shots off his forearms and gloves, and then countering with one good shot.
It's funny because usually you have the taller, longer fighter with the longer reach, the one on the outside by the ropes boxing and moving, and you know, you have the shorter one sort of pressing the pace, but you have the opposite here. Ornelas is a tall one pressing back, and you have Diaz sitting there kind of on the outside waiting to counter and catch him coming in. Good shot from Ornelas, a hook, but again, it's just one shot. He's gonna need more than that. Because there comes Diaz, come back to the 5-punch combination just now.
And that right hand. Oh, a nice counter shot score with the right hand for Ornelas.
That's a great one too he has. He's done it a couple times, he should throw it more. It's a simple punch, but it's working, and it's keeping the space for him. Again, beautiful.
Stop!
20 seconds left here to go in round 5. If you take those knockdowns away, which you can't, but Ornelas has had great moments in this fight. You know, he's keeping himself in this fight very much so. Diaz overcoming 2 knockdowns in an 8-rounder is tough.
I was gonna say I would give Ornelas that round,
Yeah.
and he still is very much in the game. It's just a strategy right now. He wants to stay away from getting caught up in the exchanges on the inside and use that height and reach, that space that he's so good at.
You're putting that pressure. You want to end this shit now? That pressure's there. Relax. Calm down. Take a breather. Hold your breath. Breathe. Relax.
Angle out after you stab, baby. After you stab,
Don't
angle
just
out.
catch everything. I told you, you throw one, the other one's coming, so go there and go for it. All right?
Here we have Diaz sitting here again, once again, waiting for the big counter, just like that big right hand that he's landed several times. And then Ornelas will come back from that long straight 1-2, which is where he has the most success, because then Diaz can't land that quick counter right hand on him.
A little bit of a shiner now under the right eye of Cashflow Diaz. The markings of a nice round there from Ornelas, as Michaela said she'd give him that last round there, round 5. Diaz's father telling him in the corner, do you want to stop this right here? Not meaning for his own fighter, but like pick up the pressure, pick up the pace and try to end the fight himself. In this round 6, easier said than done, as Ornelas has never been stopped as a professional. In fact, most would say he hasn't even lost, despite the loss on his record. Some body work, but slapping a bit with the shots, right? Not really getting his glove turned off over.
Yeah, he's best from a distance. He really, really is. And I know he's trying to press the pace and close this out because he is behind now because of the knockdowns. But he's best from the outside, just stepping in with that quick 1-2. Just like that. And keeping Diaz on the defense.
Diaz did go the full 8 rounds in his last fight back in May. In what was his first scheduled 8-rounder, this one his second. Ornelas in his last fight went 10. And he's been 10 multiple times, so you know they both have
good uppercut from Ornelas.
Experience in going the distance with gas in their tank.
Diaz again coming over the top with that right hand. Good left hook, right hand from Ornelas. Again, I feel like Ornelas is getting better as this fight is going on. You know, we'll see if he can do enough to take back the points that were, you know, given to Diaz from the knockdowns.
Okay, he's definitely coming on stronger here in the second half of the fight. He was knocked down in rounds 2 and 3, but since made this a very competitive fight.
Stop! Accidental headbutt. Yes, sir. Accidental headbutt. We got to cut the bridge of the nose. Sorry, it's accidental. I know. Careful with your head.
Accidental headbutt, left a cut.
You're good? Okay, watch your heads, guys. Accidental headbutt. Okay, here we go. Box.
Right on the bridge of the nose.
And how about Floyd Diaz telling him, damn, my bad. I'm sorry. He told him, like, damn, my bad.
I've had the same cut right on the bridge of my nose, and it's actually a better cut to have because you're not going to have any blood bleeding into your eye.
Yeah.
Ooh, good right hand from Ornelas.
God. 2 good rounds there, back to back. And there is the arrival of one half of our main event tonight. Shakur Stevenson looking to capture his third world title in as many weight classes as he challenges for the vacant WBC lightweight world title tonight against Edwin de los Santos.
Estás ganando todos los rounds, nomás nos chingó el otro, ¿ok? Pero mira, nada desesperado, ¿ok? El 1-2-1 sigue trabajando ese 2, ¿ok? Luego cuando pares, mijo, luego moverse o tírale otra combinación, ¿ok? Aprovecha.
They get to work on that cut on the bridge of the nose.
No pasa nada, papi, ¿ok?
And then follow up, okay? You can try to pull it straight. Once you reach, that's when you go in the cage. Watch, when you're pulling back, if you don't have the combination, watch out for the override. Watch out for the override, okay?
Ahí está, papi.
It was accidental. Both you guys came in, all right? Step back. Here we go. Box.
More clarification there from Rose Cayes Jr. just telling him about the accidental headbutt. Jabs from Diaz to start round 7.
I feel like this fight is getting closer and closer as the rounds go on. You know, Ornelas might have a chance here if he can clearly win these last 2 rounds against Diaz. Good right hand over the top from Diaz. Same shot he's been throwing all night. He's had a lot of success with it.
This is a tough matchup.
I'm sad that someone has to lose in this fight because I think they're both really good. They both have different styles, but both really good at what they do.
But this is one of those level-up fights, right? See where you're at. Top-ranked matchmakers know exactly what they're doing, and they want to see really what they have in their fighter, Floyd Cashflow Diaz. And Max Babyface Ornelas is giving him all he can handle despite the knockdown. He is a tough fighter, and he's a good boxer.
Yeah, and I think regardless, you know, they're both so young and so talented. I don't think what happens here tonight will have an effect, you know, too much of a negative effect on their career.
Down to the body with some body work finally from Ornelas. We haven't really seen a lot of that at all.
Yeah, he must be feeling comfortable because that's the first time he sat in the body and dug, or sat inside and dug to the body.
Counter left hand scores for Ornelas. Right hands downstairs to the body of Floyd Diaz.
3 uppercuts to the body. Another couple of uppercuts from Ornelas down to the body.
Under a minute left here to go in round 7. Not a lot of work coming out from Diaz. Not a lot of combinations. He slowed down a bit here.
He definitely slowed down a little bit. I don't know if he's feeling a little bit frustrated because Ornelas is sharpening up and, you know, on his toes, in and out.
Left hand scores there for Ornelas.
Good right hand to the body and roll out from Ornelas. Double left hook as he backs up. Good long up jab. Smothering Diaz on the inside. Ooh, might have gotten caught a little something on the way out of that.
10 seconds, stop at the bell.
I think Diaz is getting a little bit hesitant to throw and try and win this round. I think that goes to Ornelas.
Hey, he's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside T-Mobile Arena, we go to the 8th and final round.
Remember how we did in scoring? Pretty much, this is the last round. End it now. You understand me? Just end it.
I got you, baby.
You understand me?
I feel fucking good.
Last round, touch glove. So let's go. Okay? Hunger. I want to see that beast. You understand me?
So what is
Keep your
the
hands
direction,
up.
though,
Don't
on how
drop
to
your
get that
hands.
done?
You hear me?
Yeah, he's just saying end it now, and maybe they have some, I know what it is. I mean, to me, I would think maybe like land that big overhand right that he's been throwing all night, but yeah, not a lot of specific direction.
I want to see that beast end it.
Yeah, I want to see that.
I mean, but maybe his father and coach sensing that,
We're gonna touch gloves, guys.
you know, he's been down these last couple of rounds, and you know, a stoppage would eliminate any sort of need to go to the scorecards, obviously, but he did get a knockdown scored in round 2 and round 3.
I think it's the big overhand right they're telling him to land.
Ooh, down to the body with the right hand, but Ornelas landed the right hand to start the round well, and a warning for the hitting on the back of the head from Diaz.
Yeah, Diaz is going to be swinging this round. He knows his last round. I think the fight's very close. And Ornelas is going to keep boxing. He's going to do exactly what's won him the last, 3-4 rounds.
And when he's first, instead of waiting to counter, he's actually been more effective.
Great fight. Was that 6-5, 6-punch combination? A combo like that can steal the round. Diaz is behind in my eyes now. He needs to come back and do something to win this round decisively. Ooh, big overhand right.
Yep. And you can see the confidence in the body language of Ornelas as he tries to finish this fight strong. He's been the aggressor, and he's been effective as well. It's not like Diaz has blocked all these shots. He scores with the right hand. There does Ornelas,
right on the temple.
Ooh, a combination
really
ended by Diaz there, though, connects with the left hand, and they both moved in once again with the head.
Really big shots. I just think that Ornelas is getting the best of these combinations.
All right, take your time. Take your time. It's all right. Stay here 1 second. No, accidental. Hold on. No cut. Accidental here. You guys are coming in. Yeah, there's no cut. You're good. You okay, though? Yeah, okay.
So look at the headbutt in the 2 box.
Okay, we got accidental headbutt. No cut.
Out.
Here we go. Time in. Let's go. Box. Watch your hands, guys.
Under a minute left to go in the fight. The toughest fight of the pro career, the young pro career of the 20-year-old Floyd Cashflow Diaz. Despite scoring 2 knockdowns, the second half of this fight has been a battle.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe they just didn't expect Ornelas to put up such a fight or be this tough of an opponent, because, you know, Diaz is only 20 years old. He only has 9 fights. It's a pretty big test to put in front of him at this age, unless they just didn't think he was going to be this good.
Good combination there for Diaz. I think they knew. I think they wanted, you know, despite Cashflow coming off an injury, I think they really wanted to see how good of a fighter they have, and said they're seeing a really good fighter in front of him. And Ornelas, who has absolutely done everything to finish this fight strong, has been more active and aggressive. This one goes to the distance, to the scorecards. Good scrap.
Really great scrap. You can see Diaz sort of, he started really strong and then just sort of fell off towards the end when he got frustrated with Ornelas' movement and wasn't able to close the gap as easily as he thought, or as easily as he did in the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, 2-10-8 rounds scored likely in rounds 2 and 3. If you give Diaz the first round, and then if you give, it could be a draw depending on because of the point deductions for the knockdowns, but
it could be because of the knockdowns, but I wouldn't be mad at that. I would actually really enjoy seeing this fight again and see who made the proper adjustments, because like I said, 2 very different styles, and this makes for an exciting fight. It comes down to strategy.
Both of these guys rep in Las Vegas, Nevada, and they brought it tonight in what was a very good, entertaining scrap. And, you know, even though Floyd Diaz did score those 2 knockdowns, it didn't seem that Ornelas was really hurt by either one of them. You know, he wasn't wobbled. He recovered very well, and that just speaks to the preparation, the conditioning that his team had him in coming into this fight.
Yeah, they definitely
some
were
of that
flash.
sparring, some of those guys I mentioned, Duke Reagan, Shushu, you know, Bernardo Lopez. I mean, that is the best of the best when you talk about, you know, anywhere around that weight class. Here's Mark Chinook with the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds here inside T-Mobile Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Tim Cheatham scores the bout 77-73 for Diaz. Glenn Feldman has it 76-74 for Ornelas. And Dave Moretti has it 78-72 for your winner by split decision. And now the WBC Youth Bantamweight Champion, Floyd Cashflow Diaz.
And Cashflow wins tonight by split decision, staying undefeated, now 10-0 with 3 KOs. He takes home the WBC Youth Bantamweight title. 2 of the judges scoring it for Diaz, but one of the judges scoring it 76-74, which it would have mean 6 rounds to Ornelas. And really the knockdowns made a big difference, but both of the judges that scored it for Diaz had him winning despite those last couple of rounds you thought going to Ornelas.
Yeah, I do think that that's a little bit wide for Diaz. You know, I understand that those knockdowns make a big difference, but I still think it was closer. I think Ornelas won most of those rounds.
Well, either way, I mean, I would like to see it again too, but I doubt. Like sometimes that these guys in this point of their career, they take their win and they want to move forward. I don't know if Floyd Diaz would really want to run it back with Max.
No, he got away with it. He got through it. Time to move on at this stage in your career. You know, they're young and they want world titles.
So the knockdowns in round 2 and 3 helped Floyd Diaz get the split decision tonight and remain undefeated and take home his first of the regional titles in his 10th professional fight. The WBC Youth Bantamweight title helps get him ranked by the sanctioning body and on his way to a coveted world title. Hopefully in his future, that's where he'd like to be. There's a look at the Formula One track. A test run tonight for the drivers, any of the drivers that want to take a cruise on the track, warm up the tires, get a feel for it. Those will start later on this evening as the entire strip and surrounding streets, as you can see there, have been closed. More action still to come from T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
Drives down, a lot of blood coming from the nose of Kampa. Headshot after headshot, short right hand. Let the celebration begin. Another big body shot. Damaging left hand comes in. And a knockdown scored. What a beatdown.
Sticking him on the outside.
But we see some more of those signature knockouts here tonight. You know what? Let's take a look at one of those knockouts from earlier tonight. Let's show a highlight of a fighter from Italy, Giovanni Sarchiotto, who's, oh, that's not that highlight. That's the fight we just saw. Floyd Cashflow Diaz, who scored a couple knockdowns. He would like to believe that he had a highlight-like performance with the 2 knockdowns he scored in that fight, walking away with a victory. But we were talking about Giovanni Sarchiotto, who opened the show tonight. He's the super middleweight fighting out of Italy, who was 8-0 with 7 KOs. He scored a spectacular knockout in the 3rd round earlier tonight, improving his record now to 9-0 with 8 KOs. And if we get a chance, we'll show that to you. But this next fight, Michaela, Brian Norman Jr. taking on Quentin Randall. 2 undefeated guys. 2 talented guys. This is a fight I circled on the bout sheet. Like, I'm looking forward to this one.
Well, yeah, and me particularly, because one of them is my stablemate. Do train alongside Quentin Randall, so, you know, I've seen him in the gym. I'm going to remain unbiased this evening and call it like I see it, but looking forward to a good scrap.
Brian the Assassin Norman Jr. fighting out of Atlanta, Georgia, making his way to the ring right now. 24-0, 1-0 contest, 19 KOs. There's Brian. He is the son of former pro super middleweight Brian Norman Sr., who was an 8-year professional who retired in 2011. Let's take a look at the weigh-in. That is Quentin Randall, 33 years old, 13-0-1 with 3 KOs. And there's Brian Norman Jr., also undefeated. So we take a quick look at the tail of the tape.
We have Brian Norman Jr. going up against Quentin Randall tonight. I think the most obvious difference here is the experience. You have 24 fights in Brian Norman, undefeated, and only 13 in Quentin Randall. But he doesn't have a ton of miles on him. Didn't start till later in life.
Get in the zone.
Let's go to Mark
the
Chinook.
official beer of celebrations, and by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds for the WBO International Welterweight title. Our judges at ringside, Eric Cheek, David Sutherland, and Steve Weisfeld. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Tony Weeks. Introducing first, out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 145.8 pounds, wearing white trunks with black trim. His record, 13 victories, no defeats, 1 draw. 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Houston, Texas, Quentin Quick Draw Randall. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 146.4 pounds, wearing black trunks with yellow trim. His record, 24 victories, no defeats, 1 no contest. 19 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Atlanta, Georgia, Brian the Assassin Norman Jr.
Okay, gentlemen, you both received your instructions in your dressing room. Right here is good. Right here is good. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourselves at all times. Let's go.
Tony Weeks, the third man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer here with you. Quentin Randall taking on Brian Norman Jr. in a fight that Quentin Randall says he's been asking for quite some time. He said, I've been wanting this fight. I've been wanting, give me Brian Norman Jr. as these 2 young welterweights want to test each other in their career and see where they at. They're both undefeated tonight. Will it stay that way after 10 rounds? We will see. This is the first scheduled 10-rounder for Brian Norman Jr. Not the case for Quentin Randall, who has been scheduled for 10 rounds twice so far in his career.
Which is interesting because Brian Norman has 24 fights, 19 KOs. I mean, maybe that's why he hasn't gone a full 10 rounds, but you said that it hasn't even been scheduled for a 10-rounder.
Yeah, and that was something that Quentin Randall pointed out in the press conference. He said 24-0 and 24 fluff fights.
Yeah, they went at each other at the press conference.
It's time to step up the opposition as Norman looking to work some of the angles and box to the body here in round 1.
I think it's really important for Quentin to use his jab tonight. He has a longer reach. He has a great jab, and he's got to keep on it because Brian Norman has actually said that he fought his first 18 fights with no left hand. He had an injury that he had to work through, and so I don't think his jab in his left hand is as developed as Quentin's.
Stop. Come on, watch the hole in it. You got the fight.
Norman manning the center of the ring for now. As Quentin Randall moving around the outside, flicking out that lead left-hand jab. Norman is a pressure fighter. He is a physical fighter. He likes to impose his size.
This is not where Quentin wants to be at all, ever. Straight up and down, backed against the ropes, against someone who's coming to take his head off. He's got to hold his form, keep his feet apart. He doesn't want his feet to get together like that. He doesn't want to be squared up. He can't punch from there. Do anything from that position. He's got to keep it in the center of the ring and back him up behind his jab.
Hands free.
Under a minute to go here in the first round. And Randall, as we looked at the tail of the tape earlier, does have a 5-inch reach advantage on Norman Jr. And that's why his corner feels like that jab is so key, so clutch. It's going to let him work out the distance that he wants to be in. And there he shoots the jab down to the body of Norman.
Still, I want to see more jabs. I don't want to see him pulling straight back like that. He can pop the jab out and stop Brian in his tracks. He's got to stay busy with it.
Nice combination there for Randall.
You saw the look they gave each other before they walked back to their corners.
It's nothing to wait on, remember?
Listen into the Norman corner now.
Gary, you good? It's a good round.
Stay on your feet. Stay on your feet.
Stay on your feet.
And he's stepping out to this side, right? Trying to hit you with that little short, choppy right hand. So every time y'all get locked up, he's going to try to hit you.
And into the Randall corner.
Every time you fight, I'm worried about your jabs. Okay.
A familiar name to my partner here, her trainer, one of her trainers, Kate Roma, also in the corner.
Quentin, you hear me? Yeah. Work the stick for me. Just nothing else to blind him. To blind him.
No, it's not that.
Okay. Quit talking. Okay, quit talking, man. Just breathe for me.
All right, team, let's go. We're good.
You threw more jabs in the past.
Coach K said he told Quentin that he needs to stay behind his jab. Just like I was saying, he sees it too. It's got to be consistent. It's got to be stiff. Can't be a ton of waiting.
Stop. Let him out. Let him out.
Quentin, quit going blind. Touch it.
On the jab, baby. On the jab.
Why give him a chance? Keep touching.
Jab.
Battle of the lead jab hands here to start round 2 as Norman pushes Randall up against the ropes and
back in that upright position that I don't like. Can't do anything from here.
Tony Weeks letting him work here a bit on the inside as Randall looks to shoot the right uppercut through the guard, and back to the double jab goes Norman Jr.
You know, I know that low front hand that Quentin is using right now. It works for a lot of people and it's effective in a lot of ways, but I don't like it because it's like he's waiting for him to run into his jab instead of keeping it high and being able to pop it out right down the middle, blind him so he can't see it. He would use it more if he held it up higher and was able to go right down the pipe and blind him. This is just a little bit too risky of a stance for someone who's looking for the big right hand. And so is that, yep. So is that, the earmuffs. I don't like the earmuffs either because for someone like Brian Norman who's just looking for that big right hand, you can't keep the space. You're there, right there to get hit.
Come on!
And that's kind of what Norman Jr. does too, is he puts the physical pressure on him, even just with his body when he's not punching. You know, he does look like the smaller guy in terms of reach and height, but he's still just, he's solid. He puts his weight and he fights and he carries it so well that he'll try to hold and swing you around. He'll try to lean on you a little bit.
Put his head right in your chest.
Yeah, show his physicality.
Good jab from Quentin to the stomach. That's the kind of stiff jab I want to see.
Hands up, that's all.
Popping that jab out there, but not landing it is Randall.
Let him up.
Down to the body with the right hand in the clinch.
Stop. I got you. Let him up.
Come on, keep standing right there.
Maybe come with the right hand after the jab, right? Because
definitely, I want to see him just land that. I wouldn't even be telling him right-handed. I really want to see him get behind that jab, a double jab, jab high, jab low, fake low, jab high, and work his jab. I've seen this jab in the gym. I know he has a great long jab, but he's not using it enough right now.
I'm Santos, and I'm a top rank knockout. Being a top rank knockout to me means having a community, being part of this world has
Not on
been
your
so
toes. I want you to box
exciting,
a little
so
bit. All right?
fulfilling,
I want you to
and
box.
even inspiring
All right?
to see how
Don't
much
even
work
make him react. All right?
everyone behind the
You
scenes
can't
puts
stand
in
there waiting on him.
My favorite boxer of
You
all
can't.
time
You
has
can
to
want
be
one and two,
Shakur Stevenson.
but
He
it's not
has
clear
done
enough.
so
I
much
need it.
work, and it's really
Okay?
been
I need you to pep it up. All right? It's your time. Okay?
One thing people may not
You heard
know
me?
is that
It's your time. I don't just want to win out of him. I want you to knock his ass out. You heard me?
gymnastics as a volleyball player. I can run a mile in 5 minutes. I think the energy and the shock factor that boxing brings is what I love the most. My favorite top rank fights have
And there's some,
any Tyson Fury fights.
look at some of the better punches landed from Norman when he went down to the body there. But Randall able to block. I mean, just not a lot of clean punches really landed for either guy.
No, yeah,
Don't wait to let him be first. He's trying to be first.
Randall has a chance to sort of
slow
pick
you
it
down.
up right now because Brian Norman is not coming too aggressively right now. You know, he's really not. This is the rounds to get ahead.
Hands free.
Take it away, inside.
Stop. I got you.
You see Randall is trying to catch him with an uppercut on his way in. And Norman was coming in with a shot. But a good long 1, 2, 3 will do the same thing and keep him out of harm's way. I just don't like the low guard for him. Good sneaky right hand in there, but a stiff jab would have lined him up perfectly for him.
Yeah, right now it's anybody's game. It's anybody's fight. You know what I mean? It just, neither fighter looks like they
Hands free.
have been landing a lot of clean punches. Oh, we got some CompuBox numbers here to bring you in. Right now for Quentin Randall, he's landing 26% of his shots, just 12 of the 47 that he's thrown, 31% for Norman Jr., who's landed 18 of the 61. More body work for Norman Jr., but still not a lot of clean punches for either fighter right now.
There's just no reason Randall should be up against the ropes every time that Norman attacks. He is going on the defense, sitting there trying to tie up and sit on the inside when he should be punching. He should be punching as Brian Norman steps in. He'd catch him. Right there, 1, 2, 3, he'd catch him. And instead, he puts his hands up, lets Brian push him back, falls against the rope.
Yeah, Norman Jr. scored with a hook there around the high guard of Randall. Back to the center of the ring.
He's got to be first.
Go, Randall eats a left hand from Norman Jr. And again, another good shot from Norman Jr. and back to the middle.
Hands free. Hands free. Don't hold him.
Randall's corner telling him, you know, the stick wins everything. Exactly what you were saying, Michaela.
Yeah, I just think it's not working for him throwing from that low. I think he needs to pick up his front hand, shoot the jab right down the middle, and then he can see everything else open up. No more ducking, no more being defensive.
Norman Jr. a little high on his toes when he throws his punches.
Yeah, sort of runs in, leading with the backhand.
Down to the body. Good stab jab there from Randall.
That's a good stab. I'd like to see him come over the top of the right hand now.
Cards came together a bit there. 20 seconds under, 20 seconds here in round 3.
Oh, hands free.
You've seen the 55 strong on the back of the trunks of Quentin Randall. Back to that in just a minute. Edwin de los Santos is in the building. The number 6 ranked WBC lightweight contender fighting for his first shot tonight at a world title against Shakur Stevenson. Here is the lightweight contender rankings. And how did Edwin de los Santos get a shot at the vacant title against Shakur? Well, that's because fighters 2 through 5 turned down the opportunity. We thought we were going to see the 1 and the 2, Frank Martin and Shakur Stevenson, deep in negotiations for this fight tonight. Things fell through. They asked Loma, Isaac Cruz, and William Zepeda if they wanted to step up to the plate. All 3 declined, and in steps in Edwin de los Santos.
Get him up on left hand.
Wow, those are some big names to pull out as an opportunity against Shakur.
That's why he says, I mean, it's like, nobody wants to fight me. I mean, people have said he's the boogeyman. It's a fact that all three of those guys, four of those guys, declined the opportunity, and he would love to fight every month if he could. You and I both know Shakur very well. He wants to be active, loves the sport. But when you can't get opponents, then you can't get fights. So kudos to Edwin de los Santos for stepping up to the challenge against Shakur in what will be his first 12-round fight, fighting for a world title tonight. That's coming up later in our main event. Of course, Emmanuel Navarrete taking on Robson Conceição, also for a world championship. Navarrete title defense in our co-main. Norman Jr. looking to shoot around the guard of Randall. And I was mentioning before we took you to the live shot of Edwin de los Santos, the 55 strong on the belt line of Randall, and that is for his son, who tragically passed away from a car accident when he was only 7 years old, and ever since then he has repped his son's football number on his trunks and fights every single fight for his son.
Randall right now is just, he's getting outworked, and for no other reason, but he's just not throwing. He's trying to play defense, and you know, Brian Norman's not really getting big shots in either, but he's just playing defense. He's just trying to block, and he's not letting his hands go. And if he keeps this up, he'll just lose the fight on points.
Some blood coming from the nose of Randall. We saw that in between the last rounds. His corner was tending to that, and he said something about his nose there in the corner. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying, but maybe a little bit of trouble breathing as is spewing blood between rounds 3 and 4.
Hands free. Stop. I got you. Here we go.
Yeah, Randall has the height and the reach, the length to keep Norman Jr. on the outside. And he's kind of holding those, you see him holding his hands up in that shell, a little bit straight up, and just letting Brian sort of do what he wants and throw his punches. And you know, they're not super great, sharp combinations, but he's still throwing more than Randall is.
Crowd getting a little bit restless here. Probably wanting to see a little bit more output from both guys, as Norman Jr. gets in a solid shot with the left hand there, again with the left hand. 10 seconds left to go in the round.
Stop, let him up.
Finally a good long one too at the last few seconds of that round. But then you can see sort of, he didn't bring his hands back to his head, he didn't get back in position, he sort of just hung on the inside. He doesn't need to be on the inside. He's too tall. He's got too good of a jab. I've seen it.
Breathe, just breathe. Don't say nothing. Breathe. Quentin, listen to me.
Just gotta let his hands go.
You letting this dude hit us all because we're not stabbing and just touching him and blinding him. And you're fighting lazy. So if you gas and say that, and I'm gonna quit calling instructions. I don't want the people hearing me with instructions, but you got the jab. Breathe.
Don't say nothing. Just let me work.
All right. Well, son. Quit making me tell you the jab, bro. Son, you're gonna hate yourself, bro. Stop that shit. We don't have no chances, right? How you feel? Body fight. All right. Breathe. Breathe with the touch then. Breathe with the touch.
More of the same. You heard jab mentioned about 10 times in that corner instruction to Quentin Randall.
I wouldn't even say that at this point now. Now I would say you have to let your hands go. The jab isn't enough. 1, 2, 3. Quick 1, 2, 3. Quick 1, 2, 3. That'll catch him every time on his way in.
And that's just more of the physicality from Norman Jr.
It's got to be the punches now. He can't lean back and sit and wait. He's trying to counterpunch, and he's not a counterpuncher.
Stop. I got you.
And Norman's going to just keep coming. Smother those shots. Once he goes to counters, he lands a couple good body shots there.
Let him go. Stop.
Holding his head down. I mean, you're gonna keep him from punching you, but you're not going to win the fight that way.
Stop, let me go.
Not a clean combination there from Norman Jr., but more than what we've seen in this round so far from Quinton Randall. Pedestrian pace here to start round 5, honestly. I thought we'd get a little more from these guys. I mean, I was excited to see this fight, and right now I'm not.
It's a very, very relaxed pace. I think Brian's trying to press the pace, but it's very, very relaxed from Randall. You know, too relaxed. I know they're men and they get to go 3-minute rounds and they have a little bit more time, but they definitely got to pick up the pace.
I feel like the crowd feels us, don't they? You hear the boo birds coming out a little bit.
There's no need to reserve, you know. They're in shape.
And for me, if you're Quinton Randall and you're saying, I've been asking for this fight, asking the matchmakers at Top Rank to give me Brian Norman Jr., you had to have seen something that you could exploit. Something that would entice you to want to call out another undefeated fighter in your weight class to make a statement. And I'm just not seeing any of that urgency from Randall tonight.
Hands free.
Yeah, a little bit too comfortable right now, too relaxed. You know, sometimes this type of fighting comes down to sparring. I haven't seen Quinton sparring and Randall sparring for this camp.
But he had some good sparring partners, Michaela. I mean, he said he sparred with Brian Mendoza, Caleb Plant, Kenny Sims. Like, that's elite sparring.
Yeah, he could be getting elite sparring, but he is this relaxed in sparring. Maybe he's not being pushed to pick up the pace in sparring. Let his hands go in sparring. Because this is not like, this is something that you learn. This is the pace you learn.
We'll listen in to the corners.
Hey man, hold on, 1 second. You running in with your head, you smothering yourself. Going with your jab.
As we look at some of the replays.
Good work from Norman up against the rope here. You know, it hasn't been hard for him to get Randall up against the rope. Randall seems to be comfortable. He likes to be up against the ropes, but it's not doing him any favors.
There's Shakur Stevenson relaxing in his locker room before his fight with his mentor from day one, Andre Ward, retired pound for pound, one of the greatest, a Hall of Famer, was his manager at one point. Terrence Bud Crawford also in his locker room and a friend and mentor as well. Doesn't get too much better than that when it comes to two of the best to ever do it. Shakur Stevenson is aligning himself with greatness as he looks tonight to capture his 3rd world title in as many weight classes.
Stop.
A little bit quicker of a pace in the beginning of this round from Randall. A couple good jabs, up a good right hand down to the stomach.
Down to the body for Norman Jr. Double jab.
Needs more of those jabs. You can see he's either jabbing or he takes the defense. He tries to roll back, step back. No time for that. It's got to be a punch. The defense has to be punches. That's got to be his defense and his offense right now, punching.
Yeah, I mean, he's let the last 20, 30 seconds go by and he has not even thrown a punch, Michaela. I mean, he's just
trying to block. No, he's playing defense. He's trying to block and be defensive, and he shouldn't be. He should be letting his hands go.
Norman Jr. putting the pressure. There's a couple short shots on the inside there from Randall, but none of them connecting.
Stop. Let him up.
On that side. Back to the wrestling again.
Yeah, on that side.
You know, right now what Quentin needs to do is to take that front foot. He's a little square up against those ropes. He needs to take that front foot, put it in between Norman, and push him back.
There's a nice right hand that just landed from Randall when he gave himself a little bit of space. Down to the body with the right hand. Now a little more urgency from Randall. Under a minute to go here in round 6. And then he eats 2 shots from Norman Jr. there. Some blood, looks like a cut coming from the right eyebrow of Norman Jr.
Let him go.
Blood coming from the nose of Randall as well. Once again, squared up against the ropes. Good. Turned out of there, got out of there. Good. Bo's able to let himself get pushed right back, let his feet get squared up. He's got to hold his front leg in the pocket. You can't let your feet square up like that and get pushed back. The front leg has got to stay in the pocket.
Let him go.
To hold your ground or push Norman back the way he's trying to do to you.
Body shot, you could hear that one from Norman Jr.
Arena, Top Rank Boxing's latest merch. Just available on the
Let me see.
Yeah, bro. Oh, no, it's nothing. It's above your eye. You good. Huh?
Yeah, and that cut's pretty high, fortunately, up on the forehead.
Huh? Okay, well, it's gone now, right? Huh? Yeah, that ain't shit. This ain't nothing. It's above your eye. It's nothing. It's nothing. Shit ain't gonna bleed no more. Take it out.
Good right hand to the body that came from Randall in the beginning of the round. He started off somewhat aggressive, landed some good jabs. Then got caught up, tied up a little bit too much on the inside there. Got back up against the rope, which I don't like. And then even though not a lot of big combos coming from Brian, but he's pushing the fighter back. He's the aggressor.
Yeah, the minute Quentin Randall gave himself a little bit of space and let his hands go, a cut opened up on Norman Jr.
Yeah, he's got to let the hands go sooner. He's waiting too long. He's got to be quicker with it. Let it go from the outside. Don't let Brian close that space and get on the inside, and then you're in a high guard and you're tied up wrestling on the inside. He doesn't have to do that. He just got to let the punches go a little quicker. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2-3. Those combos will land all day. It's just the punch selection.
No. Turn around.
And the timing, and the speed.
Norman Jr. also tying up quite a bit. And I know that's a lot of his style. We've been talking about that from the beginning.
Stop. Let him out.
But his corner now calling for Norman Jr. to get on the jab and let your combinations go. I don't think they like the holding so much either right now. They want him to separate himself.
Yeah, and then maybe a little, especially when Randall's being this passive, he should be stepping in with big combinations. Then maybe a little bit of extra work in the gym on the inside. Instead of holding and falling in and losing your balance. Because it's not just about winning or losing, okay? It's about your appeal to the audience. You have to have a fan-friendly style in the sport, especially these days.
Right now.
Yeah, you really do. And so if you're just holding and leaning on each other, yeah, okay, maybe you're winning the round, but you're not putting on an exciting performance. You got to be able to shift on the inside, dig to the body, get some slickness in there, and show people what they want to see.
I got you. Let him go. Get your hands down.
Down to the body with the right hand there for Randall.
I got you.
How frustrating is it, though, Michaela, for a fighter, to constantly come in and hold you like that so you can't really work?
No, it's frustrating, but there's ways around it. There's ways out of it, and that comes down to training in the gym. You don't just, what you don't do is you don't stand straight up and wrestle back and let your feet fall over the mat. You hold your ground, you bump them with the shoulder, you walk your front foot forward in between their leg, push them off balance, push their elbows in, get your hands free and dig to the body. Right now they're just falling back and forth off balance.
And neither fighter landing over 30% of their punches.
Hands free in there. Never mind, no, stop.
To the body with the right hand for Randall, but just not enough from either guy as Randall looks gassed coming back to the corner, Michaela.
Yeah,
wide open, trying to take some deep breaths here as we take a look at Emmanuel Navarrete, the WBO junior lightweight world champion. He's made one successful defense of that title. In his last fight against Oscar Valdez, he'll look to defend it once again, this time taking on Robson Conceição. That's coming up next in our co-main event. And Emmanuel Vaquero Navarrete is 38-1, 31 KOs. Undefeated in world title fights and active. He's one of the most active world champions there is. He is just, you know, whenever they get the call, he's like, let's do it. February 3rd this year, August 12th, and right back at it tonight. That's what you'd like to see.
That's what, I mean, that's what we all would love, you know? I mean, at least I know as a fighter, you want to be fighting as often as possible. Times have changed these days where, you know, fighters are lucky to get 3 fights a year. If I get 3 fights a year, I'm a good year. So props to him for getting those fights in.
All right, round 8 of this scheduled 10-rounder. Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer. Our 2 world title fights coming up next. So right now, I mean, this one likely Norman Jr.'s fight to lose, but Quinton Randall, I mean, you get the sense that he can turn it up at any minute. He just has not had any sense of urgency, of stepping on the gas pedal and trying to take this fight from Norman Jr.
He can do so much more than what he's doing. This comes down to, you're gonna fight like you train. It's too lackadaisy in sparring. It's gotta be. Because I know right now, this is me and Coach Al is in my corner. He'd be screaming at me, smacking me upside the head, saying, punch, let your hands go. That is the least you can do at this point. There's not much you can say at this point. If you want to get back in this fight, let your hands go. Go anything, just throw.
And that's something that Norman Jr. has done a lot more of here in the first minute of this round, as he's the one letting combinations go. And it's Randall here up against the ropes with the guard.
You know, if he doesn't want to punch, one thing he could do is tying him up and walking back to the center of the ring. You know, catching a little breather. But you just don't want to be straight up and down up against the ropes.
I thought you were going to say, if you don't want to punch, your corner can stop the fight. No, I thought that's what you were going to say. Because, I mean, we've gone 2 minutes in this round, and he's thrown maybe, well, I have the numbers right here, 7 total punches, only landed 2 of them.
Maybe
Norman's has thrown 20.
I don't know, maybe a bad weight cut or something. I don't know. Good body shot to the stomach.
Go ahead now. 2!
There's an uppercut that lands there for Randall. Just too far in view between. Let the left hand go there up top and then down to the body. A little burst of energy here with 40 seconds left to go around 10 for Randall. Meanwhile, I mean, if you look at Norman Jr., it looks like he's barely even broken a sweat, honestly.
Yeah, I'm also not. I expected a little bit more from
Norman.
From him.
Yeah.
From Norman being, you know, 22 years old, 24-0 with 19 knockouts. I don't know what his former opponents look like, but you know, this is a chance for him. Whether Randall's having a bad day or an off day or something, he's, you know, his output is not there, and so this would be an opportunity for Norman to really step in and show out and do something spectacular. And you know, I don't really see that either. Which isn't too good of a look considering he just signed with Top Rank, right? This is his first fight with Top Rank.
Who? For Norman Jr.? No, not his first.
No, not his first.
Yeah. To get another aerial look at the F1 Formula One Grand Prix racetrack, which has been a huge event. Months and months of planning here around Las Vegas with street closures and some permanent structures built, some temporary structures, grandstands in front of all the hotels. Big money event here in Sin City. Yeah, and for the residents of Las Vegas, and it's been real tough to kind of get around town these last couple months. They were telling us to plan 3 hours ahead to get to the airport, which is kind of crazy. It's only 2 miles away, and I'm not going to do that. But it's just one of those things where this week it's been a logistical nightmare, but hopefully you make some money for the city, and it's a good race. Right now, it's a race to the finish for these two as we are in round 9 out of 10. Can somebody put their foot on the gas? We're sticking with the race car theme here and try to, you know, race to a victory. Some sense of urgency.
That's the type of jab that I wanted to be seen all night. You know, he started meeting Norman Jr. with that right hand. Instead of just taking a step back, he planted his feet and met him with the right hand. He did it 3 times back to back. That's the type of punches he needs. He doesn't need to take the space. He doesn't need to retreat. He doesn't need to play defense. He needs to punch.
Some head hunting here for Randall, but at least letting his hands go.
Hands free. Come up.
Some body work there for Randall up against the ropes, but none of them landing clean as the last punch in that combination scores for Norman Jr.
I think the first thing I do when Randall back in the gym is I pick his guard up, I pick his hands up. It's taking too long for his punches to get to the target. They have to come up and then out. He needs to have him right there ready to go down the pipe.
Body shot with the right hand scores for Norman Jr. He's landed about 20 body shots in this fight, according to the CompuBox. 33% of the shots to the body, when Randall has actually landed on a more efficient clip. Downstairs, 43%.
No, stop.
And you know, Randall's corner telling him, you know, he's not doing anything either. Punch him.
Yeah, Norman tends to smother his punches too. When he comes in with these shots, he doesn't have Randall who's being too offensive, but he still can't seem to land super clean shots because he smothers himself. At the end of the punches, he's so close inside, and then Randall ties him up, and they're back to wrestling.
Yeah, Norman Jr., although he'll likely pull this one out here tonight, should it go the distance and the rounds continue to go like this. But, you know, to your point earlier, it's not the kind of style that we're seeing tonight that's going to make you, you know, I thought we would see more because I thought Quinn Randall would bring it out of him. And Q didn't come with the style and the way of fight, the style of fighting that I thought he would tonight.
Last round.
Okay.
As we have one more round. Let's listen in.
Cleared to beat him a couple times, but it's like last round. Let him survive. But we don't know how to judge this shit. We don't know what the judge wants to do. You heard me?
Run your damn hands, son. God damn, you got 3 minutes.
You're not tired, bro.
You got 3 minutes. You don't have to fall in. You don't have to do none of that.
You're falling in and doing all that, bro.
Run your damn hands.
You're making your job hard. You're making it hard.
Take that shit away. Don't sit there and wait on this man.
You're making it hard, bro.
Don't wait on this damn man. Ain't nobody giving you shit. You gotta go take this
Lockdown, give me 1 round like the old. You hear me? Lockdown, give me 1 round.
Let your hands run, son.
You heard me? Let me out, bro.
Run your damn hands.
Last round.
I mean, they're trying to fire up Brian Norman Jr. in that corner. I mean, yelling at him, kind of smacked him up on his shoulders. I mean, maybe wanting him to pick it up and finish this round strong, do what they know and they've seen him do in other fights, and that's get guys out of there. He has 19 knockouts in 24 fights. It's been a couple, you know, lately he's gone the distance in 2 fights, but to Michaela's point, he also hasn't been 100% healthy in recent fights. So this, I feel like, was my first real deal training camp. I feel like both of my hands feel good. You know, that your guys are really going to see what I have to offer. And that's his words to us in the fighter meetings.
Yeah.
Here we are in round 8 once again.
You know, usually when you have one arm that's not working, he said his left hand was injured for the first 18 fights, then I expected to see a hell of a right hand.
Neither fighter down, neither fighter hurt. There's a nice left hand. Connects there for Norman Jr.
Stop, stop, stop. No, no. Stop, 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 stop. There you go. Put a jab out there. Stop, stop. Take the 3. Stop it. Stop. Take the 3. You got it, goddamn. Let him go, let him go.
I think they're both fighting to sort of secure this last round. Or more so, Norman, but still sort of gets caught up on the inside and see how square he is? See how both his feet are almost even. You can't punch from there. You gotta have that front foot in the pocket all the time.
Stop, I got you.
Good uppercut from Randall as Norman stepped in, but then let himself get pushed up against the rope, so I don't think the judges even saw it. It was retreating at that point.
Under a minute left to go now in the fight. Left hand connects there for Randall.
2 good body shots from Norman.
Yep, right back.
Good quick 1-2 from Randall. Those are the type of 1-2s you needed all night. You got to meet him coming in.
Yeah, you've seen little flashes, like, okay, more of that. Like in just little flashes throughout the fight, but Randall has not been able to put it all together. Norman's been putting physical pressure. He actually, you know, Randall upped the punch output a little bit more, you know, in the last few rounds, but none of it really has been effective.
It takes more energy to wrestle around like this than it does to throw a quick 1-2, 1-2-3 down the pipe. Much more energy. So if it's because he's tired and maybe not in the best shape for this fight, it doesn't make sense because he's making it harder on himself.
Take a look at some replays here, as there's the jab that you've been wanting to see doubled up and followed with the right hand, and when he actually does throw it and give himself space, it lands.
Great 1-2. That's what I needed to see all night, but then ends up back against the ropes. Another good jab from
Norman Jr.
Norman Jr. Sorry, space for a second. Good right hook. That sneaky right uppercut that I said from Randall, but then ended up back against the ropes. Good exchanges in there in this round between both of them. No clear, solid winner from either one of them, or winning vibes from either one of them in that round.
When you look at the CompuBox numbers, I mean, everything looks pretty even. I think, like I said, the last few rounds, Quinn Randall was able to out-punch Norman Jr., but I feel like just with the physicality, with the pace, with the body language of Quentin Randall versus Brian Norman, I mean, I think Norman probably eke this one out, but I don't know, the judges are going to have a hard time scoring it when we get a chance to look at the numbers. They don't. Mark Chinook's in the center of the ring. Let's see how these 3 judges put this one together in what was a much more pedestrian pace fight than I had anticipated. Here's Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds here inside T-Mobile Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Eric Cheek and Steve Weisfeld both have it 99-91.
Yeah.
David Sutherland scores it 97-93. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBO International Welterweight Champion, Brian the Assassin Norman
Jr.
So 9 of the 10 rounds on 2 of the judges' scorecards and a 97-93 on the other. And Brian Norman Jr. remains undefeated, now 25-0 as a professional, and collects that WBO International World title. And that's a good look for him. That really will help him move his way up in the rankings, fighting for his first regional title. And collecting a win against an undefeated fighter in Quinton Randa, who tonight suffers his first loss as a pro.
Yeah, I do think that there's a few things that he does need to work on, though. So get himself in position for these bigger fights. You know, you can see he does work on the inside, but his feet are off. He smothers himself a lot. He gets too caught up in, you know, the wrestling. You know, sometimes you can see him slapping a little bit with that right hand and running forward. So just a little bit tightening up the strategy and technical parts of closing the space, and then also the inside work.
All right, coming up next is our co-main event of the evening and the first of our 2 world title fights. Emmanuel Navarrete taking on Robson Conceição. And I apologize for an earlier miscue and wanting to show you some highlights from a fight that took place earlier, but I think we got it right now, and we want you to see Giovanni Sarchiotto, and there he is in the red trunks and fighting tonight in Las Vegas. He put on a show with the right hand there that floored the 14-4 fighter in De Abreu. He just looked very strong tonight, Michaela.
Yeah, really, really strong and explosive. And he physically looks strong too.
He defeated De Abreu tonight via technical knockout in round 2 in a fight that he dominated from the opening bell, and is now 9-0 as a professional, with 8 of those wins coming by way of knockout. So congratulations to the Italian fighter Giovanni Sarchiotto. Another highlight from a fight recorded earlier, Emiliano Fernando Vargas, the son of Fernando Vargas, taking on Brandon Mendoza. He's a lightweight fighter, but he has heavy hands, as you could see him scoring a knockdown there in the first round. He poured it on. He was aggressive from pillar to post, and he ends up with a spectacular second round knockout. I mean, we watched this fight ringside, Michaela, and Mendoza was just completely out of it, had to get help to the corner.
Yeah, I think we both had our hands over our mouth, like watching him stumble, try to get up. So definitely a clear, obvious knockout, great win. Hope he's okay.
But Emiliano Vargas is special, and he is in the running for Prospect of the Year, no doubt about it. Now 8-0 as a pro with 7 knockouts.
Fireworks as 2 world title championships are on the line now.
Coming up in our main event, the WBC vacant lightweight world title on the line for Shakur Stevenson and Edwin de los Santos. That's not next, but it's coming up in our main event. And before we get to our first of our 2 world title fights, here's some scenes from behind the scenes this week. It's blood, sweat, and tears, Stevenson de los Santos.
Few up-and-coming boxers have been as dominant
And another knockdown score.
and confident as Shakur Stevenson.
Just tell all them other lightweights, get ready. I'm waiting for them.
Each opponent hesitant to take on the young talent.
If they don't fight me, we can make it happen, and I'm going to stop them.
Left with nothing to do but wait
Hey, for now,
and wait.
There was a deal with Frank Martin as of September 5th. On the 9th, Frank Martin called the fight off.
For someone to step up to the challenge.
It all changes now. The deal was reached with Edwin de los Santos. It all changes now.
A Dominican-born rising star, nicknamed the Grenade, for his lethal left hand and blistering knockout power. Yet the one thing that De Los Santos has yet to achieve a world title.
Va a haber un campeón mundial de República Dominicana. Su nombre sería Edwin de los Santos.
To do so, he must defeat one of the sport's top talents.
This is what I do. I eat, sleep, shit boxing.
For one fighter, an opportunity to silence the hype.
A él le dicen el boogeyman. El verdadero boogeyman de la división soy yo.
For the other, a chance to walk the walk and prove the talk.
Everybody know that I can really fight. They know that I'm the truth.
Well, now you know why guys didn't want to fight him.
And ultimately, for the winner, the vacant WBC lightweight belt. This is Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Stevenson versus De Los Santos. As Vegas prepares for its upcoming Grand Prix event, racing fever is felt throughout the city. With some time to spare, Shakur Stevenson takes to the track to enjoy some time away from the gym.
They got speed Vegas patrol. So what they do, chase the cars down that go too fast?
No, that's where you're going in.
Oh, that's what I'm going in?
Yeah.
So y'all about to put me in a cop car?
And swerve.
Y'all ain't telling me that part. You getting in the cop car and you gonna drift us around?
You got any last words, Shakur?
Tell them to drive as fast as you can.
Thank you.
All right, you guys ready? Yeah.
Never second up. Man and boys is not impressive, no. Stand on the side of me.
Oh, he about to crash. He needs some speed to this. Oh, this nigga is crazy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bro, crazy. They hit me 30 times. Yeah.
Seven months have passed since Stevenson has stepped foot inside the ring. And in that time, fight after fight seemed to disappear, leaving him eager for competition.
I think that I'm like one of the most competitive human beings that I done came across. So I really hate losing in anything that I do. And I think that travels in the boxing ring.
His confidence comes from belief in himself, and through his hard work, I think he had a lot of success, and so gives him the fortitude to go in there and compete at the level that he does.
In April, Stevenson stepped in against an opponent who called out his punching power, or rather, lack thereof.
Yoshino, he got in a press conference and fight weekend, all he kept saying was, I don't have any power. Tell him go in there thinking I ain't got no power. I think he got a taste of his own medicine.
And remember what Shakur said back. Let's show him.
When he fought and got in there, he realized, like,
oh, there's a knockdown score!
So it's the punches that you don't see coming. I done heard a lot of things where they say, oh, I run around the ring. If you really pay attention to my last 4 fights, I was standing right in front of all of them dudes. From Jamel to Valdez to Conceição style.
Stevenson in control.
Yoshino.
Stevenson being a master of range.
I stood right in the pocket the entire fight.
And now here comes Stevenson.
If you say I'm not a finisher, my last 4 fights was 50% finish, so I disagree with them.
Sitting them down like a child.
My last 4 performances, Honestly, I don't even think them is like the best of me.
On the other side of the country, in the mountains of Pennsylvania, lies the training camp for Edwin de los Santos.
I purchased a house up here. Little vacation home. We'll come and visit the weekends. One day I just came up and decided, why don't we stay up here, you know? Slower pace, cleaner air. We can move around. We got the space, we got the room.
Es duro estar en un lugar no familiarizado porque yo vengo siempre criado con mi familia, pero eso no me limita porque todo tiene su tiempo. Ya estoy aquí por un mejor futuro y todo sacrificio tiene su recompensa.
The Poconos may be home to De Los Santos' training, but his true home is many miles and a country away.
Yo nací en un barrio pobre que se llama Pantoja, luego me trasladé al barrio de La Ciénaga. Hay muchas personas que saben el nombre, por el nombre saben lo duro que es. Y ahí fue que me desarrollé en el boxeo y busqué la manera de cómo echar adelante a través del boxeo.
The Dominican Republic has not always been known for its boxing prospects. A new wave of young talent is emerging from the country, who most notably produces some of the best baseball players in the world. And now they can add world-class boxers to that list.
Right now, I compare Dominican Republic to Puerto Rico and Cuba. Vamos de básico primero, 1-2, 1-2, vamos. There's young fighters, guys that are hungry, that want to come out of there, become somebody in the world.
Rompe la línea, gallo, rompe la línea, vamos.
And now they starting to notice that there's a future in boxing.
Ahí, ¿viste? Te quedaste, vamos, salte la línea, vamos, salte la línea.
For instance, Edwin would like to become the face of boxing for the Dominican Republic.
Anticipa el golpe, vamos.
Yo vengo a demostrarle que esta nueva generación, no solamente yo, somos diferentes.
Great work, está bien.
Y estoy aquí para quedarme por muchos años.
All right, fans, here we go. 10 rounds of boxing for the WBC Continental America's Lightweight Championship.
El boxeo me ha enseñado más que a mí mismo la disciplina, el deseo de ser grande, la consistencia, el trabajo.
Left hook connected, and now Valenzuela stunned by a jab from De Los Santos.
Valenzuela fight, he learned a lot that night. That experience that you live in the ring, that's one thing that a trainer will never teach you.
There's a left hook that stunned De Los Santos. He's down.
They showed me a lot of grit, because at one point you're gonna get hurt. You're gonna take a knee. Get up, shake it off, and do what we came to do.
Siempre se va a necesitar en esto del boxeo, que es la disciplina.
La granada de Los Santos.
Y eso me ha enseñado el boxeo.
That discipline will be essential as De Los Santos heads toward a matchup with one of the most avoided fighters in boxing. Yet for Stevenson, this is just another step toward what he feels is his true potential.
It's a bunch of things standing in the way
All right, we're getting ready for our co-main event, a scheduled 12-rounder for the WBO Junior Lightweight World Championship, the second title defense of the world champion Emmanuel Navarrete, this time against Robson Conceição, who is 17-2 and now is getting his third opportunity at a world title. He has come up short in both opportunities prior, the first time to Oscar Valdez, the second to Shakur Stevenson. A lot of people thought he might have pulled out that fight against Oscar Valdez. And then against Shakur, Shakur came in overweight, and he wasn't even able to defend his title or fight for the title. But now we're looking at Robson Conceição getting an opportunity, but this time against Emmanuel Navarrete. Emmanuel Navarrete is 12-0 in world title fights, one of the most active world champions. As we take a look, Michaela, at the tail of the tape.
Emmanuel Navarrete, our three-time division champion, coming in at 38-1 with 31 knockouts, 28 years old, going up against Robson Conceição, 17-2 with 8 KOs, so 7 years his senior at 35 years old. I think the interesting thing here is Navarrete is usually the longer, lengthier fighter. He usually has a lot longer reach than his opponent, but today Robson has a 70-inch reach to Navarrete's 72-inch reach. They're both going to have those long arms, long jabs. We'll see tonight if three's a charm as Robson Conceição goes for his third world title shot.
And he is making his way to the ring now, Michaela. He told us to that point, it was my third try in the Olympics that got me the gold medal. And I know and I feel that history repeats itself. So this is my third time trying for a world title, and I will walk out of there a world champion tonight. So very confident Robson O Bravo Conceição, the fighter from Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, makes his way to the ring.
He's definitely had all the experience when it comes to pressure. You know, he's been in a lot of big fights, like you said, his third world title fight in the Olympics, winning gold medal in 2016 in Rio. So I don't think the pressure is going to get to him tonight. I think he just wants to finally come through and with his strategy and his skill and get that belt placed around his waist.
Well, he has a tough task that's going to be standing in front of him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside T-Mobile Arena here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum, and brought to you this evening by AutoZone. Get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations, and by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 12 rounds. For the WBO Junior Lightweight Championship of the World. Our judges at ringside, Max DeLuca, Chris Flores, and Don Trella. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Thomas Taylor. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, He weighed in at 129.3 pounds, wearing green trunks with blue trim. His record, 17 victories with 2 defeats. 8 of those victories coming by way of knockout. In 2016, he became the first to win Olympic gold for his homeland. He is a former 2-time world title challenger. He is making his 3rd attempt at a world title. From Salvador Bahia, Brazil, Robson Obravo Conceição! Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 130 pounds, wearing white and blue trunks. He is the former WBO Junior Featherweight Champion of the world. He is the former WBO Featherweight Champion of the world. He is the reigning and defending WBO Junior Lightweight Champion of the world, making his 13th world title appearance from San Juan Zitaltepec, Mexico, Emmanuel Vaquero Navarrete!
That's badass, man.
Okay, gentlemen, belt line, full waistband on both sides, punches are good, all right? You got my instructions in the back. Protect yourselves at all times, listen to my commands. Touch them up. Back to your corner, gentlemen.
Tom Taylor, the 3rd man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer here with you. The first of our 2 world championship fights. This one for the WBO Junior Lightweight World title. Will this be 3rd time the charm for Robson Conceição? Or will this be just another world title win for Emmanuel Vaquero Navarrete? I'd like to welcome our friends watching on Sky Sports in the UK and Ireland. Thank you for being with us here at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Emmanuel Navarrete starting off with the jab and a good counter left hand there from Conceição.
You know, they're both starting off the way I expected them to. Navarrete has such a elusive, relaxed style. You know, he's on his toes, he's moving around, he just looks very relaxed, and then popping that long, straight jab down the middle. Conceição has a little bit of a higher guard, a little bit more, you know, a little bit more technical in that sense. Doesn't look as relaxed, but still, you know, that's his style. He does it well, higher guard, and still a really long, straight jab right down the middle as well. So I believe it'll be a battle of the jabs for this first round, and we'll see who starts to build on top of that.
Yeah, their 2 styles couldn't honestly be any more different. I mean, not a lot of people do have the style of Emmanuel Navarrete. That's what makes him so special. He does everything not how you would teach it. He's very unorthodox, throws from crazy angles. He's a tremendous uppercut, really wide looping shots, crosses his back foot, but it works for him. Conceição more technical, tight, direct.
Yeah, his feet, Navarrete's feet are just so, look, he'll sort of just run, fall back, slip. He seems to see everything that's coming. Look at little, see how he just slightly ducked underneath Conceição's jab. You know, that movement and having that rhythm in between his punches helps him to see, helps him to be elusive and to slip and roll and kind of be able to see and dodge his punches.
Nice.
Good combo from Conceição.
Yeah, nice start here for the fighter out of Brazil.
Because Navarrete is so loose like that, he's got to be careful after his punches. He doesn't bring his hands right back to his head after he throws his combinations because he's so relaxed. That's when Conceição, what he just did, needs to come right over the top and counter him.
To the body with the jab goes Conceição. Up top and then down to the body once again. Two nice body shots either side. From both sides land for Conceição. There's one of those wild shots coming from Navarrete that misses. 10 seconds left to go here in the first round.
Listen for that bell, gentlemen.
Very nice start to round one for Conceição. Take a look at the corners now. First, Emmanuel Navarrete. Pedro Navarrete takes lead, who is Emmanuel's cousin, also his uncle in the ring. As an assist, it's a family affair, as always, in the Navarrete corner. And for Conceição.
Pode usar a direita, ok? Não tem bloqueio passivo. Bloqueio, modo, bloqueio, puxa a perna, faz ele errar.
Luis Carlos
Vencemos primeiro round bem.
and Luis Fernando
Ele sentiu o golpe, ok?
Menezes in the corner, speaking Portuguese there to their fighter from Brazil. As we take a look at some of the highlights from round one, some body work from both fighters, but nice counter shots for Conceição.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly what he already was doing, exactly what I expected him to do. He came right back after Navarrete's combination, didn't hesitate, didn't wait for him to get out of the way, came right over the top and caught him pulling out.
Round two in this World Championship scheduled 12-rounder. Another stiff, hard jab, and then come right back, does Vaquero Navarrete.
Conceição has a really, really strong, stiff jab. Navarrete has a good jab too, but it's not as hard. It's really effective, but it's really not as hard. He sort of uses it as, you know, defense and just keeping his opponent off, you know, off his momentum. But Conceição's jab, I believe, is the better jab.
Work out that, gentlemen.
Nice right hand connects there, and part of the problem with Conceição and his kind of lack of power punches and knockouts is he's got a kind of a slapping style with the shots, Michaela. You see his gloves kind of open. He doesn't fully get his glove turned around on his shots and doesn't derive a lot of power. It's scoring, they're scoring shots, but they're not devastating shots.
Yeah, well, you know, his background is in the amateur scene. You know, he came up in the amateurs with that Olympic style. He only has 18 fights, so he still maybe is breaking out of that a little bit, whereas Navarrete is almost 40 fights as a pro. He's a really well-seasoned pro at 28 years old. He never had that amateur style. He's always known power punches.
Yeah, but the pros is the hurt business, right? If you want to start hurting some guys, you got to work on that. Nice straight shot lands for Navarrete with the lead left. Met by a counter shot from Conceição. Hooking that lead shot for Conceição. Robson telling us that he got 3 different styles of sparring partners to kind of emulate what Emmanuel Navarrete does, and I've heard that before from other opponents that have faced him. It is really difficult to find a guy that does things exactly how he does because it is so unorthodox, and he said it was honestly hard to find sparring, so kind of got 3 different guys that worked me on 3 different things that we know that Navarrete does, and that's how I got prepared.
Yeah, because he doesn't have, you know, a punch count that's really, really hard to train for defensively. It comes from all over. He's throwing hooks, he's throwing uppercuts, he's throwing straight shots, and eventually that's gonna land. It's hard to dodge. Just like that, over, under, over.
Beautiful back and forth work here in round 2. You're seeing just high-level stuff here to start this fight. Good shots to the body. Both guys countering clean here in round 2. His action heats up.
Conceição is doing the right thing. He's not waiting for Navarrete to finish his punches. He's punching while Navarrete is in the middle of his combination. And that's how he's going to land on him.
It's a beautiful game plan for Conceição. Unfortunately, he just lacks a little in the power department. Beautiful boxing to start here. I love what I'm seeing from both fighters.
No te desesperes, güey. Tranquilo. Hay que trabajar sobre su jab y él está esperando el tuyo. Hay que brincar un poquito y seguir trabajando abajo, abajo y trabajar sobre el jab.
They want Navarrete to continue to work downstairs, to work down to the body. We take a look at some replays.
Big combination from Navarrete, classic combination. Right hook, left uppercut, right hook again. Conceição is doing the right thing by coming right back. He's not sitting there in his shell. Once in a while, he'll sit there with a high guard in his shell. But for the most part, so far, he's coming back right away with a strong combination, catching Navarrete on his way back.
Não quero brigando, quero boxeando. Hey guys, let's get that water in the corner. Go.
Round 3, Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer here with you from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. The second title defense of the WBO junior lightweight belt that the champion Navarrete holds. This is his 7th consecutive world title fight. He has 12 altogether as a pro. This is the 3rd opportunity for Conceição to try to capture a world title, unsuccessful in the first 2.
Good start to the second round, both fighting each other back with the jab. Conceição again trying to come over what can sometimes be a lazy jab of Navarrete. Not because it's not good, but he brings it down. You see it fall. It doesn't come straight back to his head. It falls afterwards. And that's what Conceição can kind of take advantage and land on him. Good right hook to the body.
Yeah, Conceição felt that a little bit. And I think the difference is that although Navarrete is taking these shots from Conceição, I mean, they're not having the same effect. And Navarrete is the type of fighter, Michaela, that when you watch him, he gets stronger as the fight goes on. He gets more powerful as the fight goes on. And that's going to be something that's going to be tough to deal with for Conceição if he can't try to hurt Navarrete here early.
You know, another thing I'm noticing right now is Navarrete hasn't opened his mouth once. He keeps it completely shut. He's breathing out of his nose and staying relaxed and controlling his breath.
Even with shots like that land to the body, scoring punches, those are the kind of shots that can help Conceição win some of these early rounds, even if they're not hurting Navarrete. They're scoring.
You can see Navarrete just staying in that fluid motion. You sort of step over to the left and throw a punch, and then over to the right. Just the tiniest little angles. You know, he stepped back there a little bit and then comes right back with the hook. He's just so fluid. He doesn't freeze before he throws a punch. And so he doesn't telegraph.
Nice counter right hand and a left to finish it for Conceição.
Good long stiff jab from Navarrete. Good counter, left uppercut. Those are the type of shots that Conceição has to continue to throw. He can't let Navarrete build confidence, because once he does, you'll see Navarrete will start backing him up with 3-4 punch combos, almost running forward. That's when Conceição has to continue to drop his hands and catch him in between his shots.
This moving around the outside for Conceição, that pace, he can keep that up all night long. He is in supreme condition, fantastic shape. This is definitely his style. The only way that Navarrete is going to get him to really slow down is just dig to the body. Something that he's done effectively in his career, as we see a small cut on the nose of Conceição. And there's a look at Edwin de los Santos getting his hands wrapped in the locker room. And his opponent tonight, Shakur Stevenson. The WBC lightweight world title on the line for both of these fighters. Devin Haney named the WBC lightweight champion in recess since he moved up to fight Regis Prograis. So the WBC stripped him of the title, made it vacant, and now Shakur Stevenson and Edwin dos Santos will be fighting for that title.
Manuel. Number 4. Let's go.
Right, back to live action now in the ring. Round 4. starts with a body shot landing for Conceição.
I see what you mean when you said Conceição slaps a little bit. I'm seeing when he throws his punch that it is a little open. It's not turned in all the way. Specifically on his right hand.
Right hand lands for Navarrete. Has Conceição backed up in a shell.
Navarrete caught him with a left hook as his back was up against the ropes.
Here's one of those signature lead left hand uppercuts from Navarrete. Down to the body with the left hand for Navarrete. Right side of the body. 165 punches thrown from Conceição to 121 from Navarrete.
Conceição's shots are a little wild and loopy, and I don't mind the looping shots, but a little too wild for me. I'd like him to tighten them up just a little bit. I think his jab and double jab is going to be really, really key right now. He's got to keep that in Navarrete's face before he lets those shots go behind it. Or he's just gonna, Navarrete's just gonna take that little step back or that little lean back that he does, and Conceição won't land those looping shots.
Unlike some of the other fighters and fights that we called earlier tonight, Michaela, Conceição is a combination puncher. Very rarely do you see him just shoot one shot and down goes Conceição in round 4.
5, 6, 7, 8, right? Here, give me gloves. Let's go, box.
That happened so fast, I'm not even sure what punch knocks him down just now.
45 seconds left to go in the round. Back to the jab goes Navarrete. It's the third knockdown in the career of Conceição. He's been there before. Got up and beat Louis Correa and then lost to Shakur Stevenson, the only other two opponents to knock down Conceição. 10 seconds left now.
Conceição's got to be careful not to duck into these uppercuts that he's so good at throwing.
Was a very long walk back to the corner for Conceição, whose body language has completely changed after suffering that knockdown here in round 4. Let's look at him in the corner here.
Oh, sneaky up again. He's really well-known Navarrete for those uppercuts. It looked like it was going to the body for a second, went straight up to the chin.
A little bit of a delayed reaction. That one connected solid. A few more punches were thrown, Michaela. That right hand got through the guard, and that left he blocked, but then he goes down before the right hand even lands. So that uppercut is some sort of nest.
I believe it was that initial uppercut that did the damage. Here comes Conceição throwing back with those looping hooks, but, you know, just not landing clean. Navarrete is so good at just that slight little lean back.
All right, let's see if he's recovered here in round 5. And the power differential is evident, not only by their records, but just when you watch tape on them. So you can tell that shot, even though it didn't immediately send Conceição to the canvas, it hurt him. And it's not often you see delayed reactions like that on a shot that's not to the body, right,
yeah,
Michaela?
It's usually delayed when it's at the body.
Down to the body with the left hand goes Conceição. Back up with the jab.
Conceição's got to stay behind his jab. He can't be leaping in with big shots. And even his 1-2 really isn't going straight. Everything's really loopy right now, you know. You got to throw straight shots down the pipe with someone like Navarrete, who's throwing uppercuts and stuff. A right hand will beat an uppercut.
Gets there a little quicker, doesn't it?
Gets there quicker, it's longer.
There we go. Straight shots that scored, and then right back with a chopping right hand, and look who comes Navarrete.
That's good. He's got to tighten the combinations up just a little bit.
Good shots here from both fighters, and Conceição scoring. They're just not making Navarrete retreat. Navarrete's been there and taken shots. He's there to get hit. It's just that Conceição doesn't really have that power.
Again, trying to leap in with the right hand. The key is the jab. He's got to keep it behind the jab.
Under a minute left to go in round 5. Back and forth, both fighters go with the jab. Navarrete thinks about the lead left hook, pulls it back. Lead left uppercut, excuse me.
Those are the right hands that I think you were talking about. Just a little bit slappy, not super sharp. Down the middle, kind of hitting on the shoulder. Yeah, those aren't the shots that are going to stop Navarrete from coming forward.
Take you into the corners now. Here's Navarrete with a deep breath. And there's Shakur Stevenson getting his hand wrap signed off by the commission here. As we take a look at a replay here from the last round.
Good 1-2 over the top, but then Conceição comes back with that left hook and lands. Good exchange here. Both of them are getting their shots in. We talked about that in the beginning of the fight, that Conceição has got to punch while Navarrete is punching. Come right back on him. You know, not wait, because that's when Navarrete is open, when he's punching.
It's been an entertaining fight, hasn't it, Michaela? Both guys have got their
fully entertained.
Some high-quality stuff here. Of course, coming up next, the WBC lightweight world title clash between Shakur Stevenson and Edwin de los Santos. The main event. We got a good one on our hands right here, folks. Round 6. Emmanuel Navarrete told us this week, you know, I feel like Conceição, he can be elusive, and I'm going to have to make him fight. And I mean, I don't think he's really had to make him. I think Conceição's been here, you know, and been standing his ground. I don't think he's been, you know, as much on the move as maybe Navarrete anticipated him being.
Or me. I honestly thought, okay, I think Conceição might box move a little bit. That's where his pedigree comes in. And you don't really want to sit there and exchange with Navarrete. But on the other side, the opposite side of the argument is that in order to beat someone like Navarrete, like I said before, you got to punch while he's punching. You've got to get in there a little bit. You can't just box and move. You're going to have to exchange. So I'm glad he's holding his ground and fighting back, because that's the only way he really's got a shot.
One is made for a better fight, too. As both fighters exchange hard shots. Nice right hand there from Conceição, then back finishing with the left downstairs. Then a nice 1-2 combination from Conceição.
You know,
and a 7-punch combination for Navarrete.
I was just going to say, Conceição throws a great 1-2 and then goes into the shell. It freezes and then lets Navarrete get back. Well, meanwhile, Navarrete is throwing 7 punches.
Oh, and back hard. Hard with that right hand for Navarrete. Conceição felt that. Back off the ropes. Nice dip jab there.
That's what he needs. Conceição needs a 1-2, hook to the body. 1-2, hook to the body, hook to the head. Constantly dropping in and finishing to the body.
Snapping the head back with the left hand is Navarrete, scoring with the right as Conceição holds. Gives a nod to his corner. Down to the body. And then up top for Conceição.
It's got to be 3 punches. For me, it's got to be 3 punches from Conceição. He's got to be at least 3 punches. He won't keep Navarrete off of him with just a 1-2.
That's a nice shot. He caught him pulling straight back and then finishing up top with the right hand for Conceição. But Navarrete says, okay, what else do you have? I'm coming forward.
And still completely relaxed. He still hasn't opened his mouth. He's breathing out of his nose.
Nice 3-punch combination, just as you called for, partner.
And I say 3 because you see Navarrete is so relaxed. Sometimes he just pulls back and steps back and takes a couple steps. So you got to follow him. You can't just let him pull straight back and get away with it. You got to follow up with 3 punches, 4 punches.
Good stuff here in Las Vegas. Live look into Shakur Stevenson's dressing room. It's like Teofimo Lopez paying a visit. I'd like to see him back in the ring here soon, but for now he's enjoying a Perrier and some popcorn. Teofimo, 135, 140, likely up at 140. I think eventually Shakur Stevenson will make his way there. He's big for 130 pounds, although he made weight really easily for this fight. I mean, I could easily see him moving up to 140 in the years to come, just the way that his build has.
He'll have to. You know, he's too skilled. He'll never be able to stick around to one weight class. He's going to want to go for the challenges and test himself. He's going to be a multi-division world champion for sure.
Yeah, he already is.
He is more and more.
Absolutely, I agree. But Teofimo's retired, remember? That's what he said. So we'll see. All right, Christina Poncher, Michaela Mayer here with you. Now on to the second half of the fight as we enter round 7. Combination to start for Emmanuel Navarrete. Down to the body, double jab, right hand for Conceição. Oh, nice combination there, backs up Navarrete a bit. Down to the body, there's the 3 punches in rhythm.
I like that strong, stiff jab to the stomach too. But the 3 punches are working. When he throws 2, he misses.
Navarrete backing him up. And just with his feet, just with his physical pressure. Not even with the shot there.
Ooh,
down
good
to
body
the body.
shot.
Yeah, that was a nice shot with the left hand for Conceição.
Yeah, those are great combinations in this round from Conceição. Those are the type of combinations he needs. And then you see Navarrete starting to run forward.
Oh, down goes Robson Conceição for the second time in the fight.
6, get all the way back, get back. 7, 8, you all right? Come here, give me your gloves. Let's go.
He's smiling and shaking it off.
He was shaking his head like it wasn't a true knockdown.
As Conceição looks to get back to the jab and go down to the body.
Let him go, stop, stop, stop.
But he indeed got caught with a shot for the second knockdown of the fight. A right hand scored for Navarrete. We'll take a look at it to confirm that, and the round is over under a minute left now, but that's 2 knockdowns scored for the champ.
Robson, always an interesting punch selection from Navarrete. I think he just hooked, jab, right hook. You know, it's not something you would expect or to really even train for. You don't you train catching a 1-2-3 or a 1-2 body shot. You know, not a hook, jab, right hook. It just throws you off.
Good counter shots there from Conceição.
His style, all that pressure is so exhausting, even just mentally. He's not, Navarrete's not even throwing, but just the movement of him hopping around and moving his head. And
good action in the round. As we see Shakur Stevenson getting stretched out, continuing to give you live looks into the locker room for our main event. He's got the Reeboks on, a recently signed a sponsorship deal with Reebok and Prime energy drink. As we take a look at the shot, I think it was a body shot, but let's double check here. There it is, that right hand to the body. That is a legit knockdown, Michaela.
Big looping right shot to the body, and he sort of ducked right into it. Maybe thought that Navarrete was going to go to his head, faked him out, went right down to the body. Had him in the corner there for a minute towards the end of the round, but not enough to do any damage.
Manual. Number 8. Guys, gotta go. Guys, let's get that water, please. Water in the corner.
Taking a quick look at the CompuBox numbers, and no doubt about it, Robson Conceição has thrown more punches. That one, though, from Navarrete, that right down to the body is what scored the knockdown. And even though Conceição has thrown more, 428 punches compared to just 265 for Navarrete, it's Navarrete that has scored the 2 knockdowns. It's Navarrete that has scored the more effective punches. But a higher clip, a higher percentage, landed by Conceição, 27%. And more body shots. 23 body shots for Conceição compared to 12 for Navarrete. Although the differential doesn't seem that much, does it?
No, but it does surprise me because Navarrete is the one that's so consistent and has such a high work rate, and he's usually throwing so many punches.
Yeah, typically, you know, the junior lightweight average is 56.
Good 1-2 body shot from Conceição.
And Navarrete throws well above that at 71. Tonight, not so high.
Well, you know, maybe he knows he doesn't have that punching power to stop someone like Navarrete, and so his game plan was, I gotta outwork him. And if it wasn't for those few knockdowns, that game plan might have been working.
Yeah, in the total punches per round, this is way down for Emmanuel Navarrete as he slips there on the logo in the center of the ring.
It's been a couple slips in that logo.
Yeah, I mean, we're what, 9 fights in on the night, right? It's bound to happen. Nice combination. Finished with a right hand, scoring there for Conceição. Then back down to the body with the right hand. Again to the body. All scoring shots for the Brazilian. And it's kind of been like that. He's scored a lot with these punches. He is finding Navarrete. He's just not hurting him.
Yeah, he's not having a hard time landing punches. But I don't think that Navarrete is necessarily hard to hit. Like I said, he doesn't bring his hands really back to his head. His offense is his defense. He just has a really strong work rate, and those uppercuts will get you. But he's not necessarily hard to hit. He's hard to keep up with.
And even that work rate has been slowed by Conceição. Let's give him some credit. If Emmanuel Navarrete, looking at the numbers that have been calculated by CompuBox, averages about 71 punches thrown per round. His highest punch output tonight has been 48 punches, and that was in round 3. That's significantly lower than his average. For Conceição, he's right on point, 61 punches per round, and that's about what he's averaging right now.
Yeah. And I've seen that too. He really doesn't have the normal work rate that he does. So whatever Conceição is doing is preventing him from coming forward to some extent.
And I think it's what you said earlier, Michaela. He is punching with him each and every time, and sometimes out-punching him in those exchanges. Even if they're not landing, he's throwing more and using his offense as defense as well for Conceição. Edwin dos Santos getting loose. Little dance, some glasses. He's feeling good about the opportunity. And you know what? We talked about that too after the fighter meeting. Like, I don't know if it's an ignorance is bliss or just a supreme confidence, but he is so calm, cool, and relaxed going into his first 12-rounder. main event world title shot against a pound-for-pound talent, and he's like, I got this, guys.
I mean, you have to be. Like, that's the type of confidence that you have to have if you're going to go in, you know, step in the ring with someone like Shakur Stevenson when the 5 ranked fighters above you all said no. Like, you gotta be a little crazy, right?
That's the battle, right? Like, you gotta just have the mind. You can't let him, you know, mess with your head before you even get into the ring.
And even if it's not true, even if he's faking it till he's making it, you know, you gotta trick his mind. He can't go in here with any doubt.
Yeah, boxing is so much more mental than it even is physical. And he's got that part down. He even feels like he got into the head of Shakur Stevenson a little bit this week. But, you know, it's one thing to have that confidence and to say everything you're going to do, and then all these guys get in front of Shakur Stevenson, and their game plan isn't working, and they can't find him, and they can't hit him, and they don't know what else to do. It's very frustrating for these opponents.
That right hand from Conceição from the outside is just not, it's a little bit sloppy and wild for me.
It connects there.
But it misses. It's too high.
The right hand missed, the left hand connected.
Yeah, the left hand connected. But the right hand is going a little bit too high and looping. It's got to go straight and down the middle. Even drop it down before you loop it over.
Doubling up on the jab for Conceição, then downstairs.
Good jabs, but he's got to punch behind those jabs. Jab low, come over to the top. Can't let Navarrete take back any exchange, especially now with the knockdowns in place. He's got to win.
Good combination there, Michaela, for Conceição. Blood coming from the mouth of the Brazilian fighter. There's that uppercut from Vaquero Navarrete. Left hook scores for Conceição.
Well, that should have been a triple left hook. The work rate's got to continue to go up from here. We're in the 9th round.
A minute left in round 9. And the work rate in this round slowed significantly for both fighters.
Definitely seem like they're both a little bit worked.
Good work here for Conceição.
Still Conceição is keeping up the work rate. And that's what he's got to do, make Navarrete miss. Show the judges, hey, I'm landing, he's not. I'm the better boxer right now, I'm moving. Despite those knockdowns.
Yeah, he's definitely throwing more punches.
Those are just too wild and slappy, like you said. And
in round 9, half the output for Conceição than he had in rounds prior. The referee's saying they're going to check on some of the blood coming from the mouth of Conceição. So they're going to give him a minute break, and then you're going to hear the referee call time to look at into the mouth of Conceição. There's some deep breaths from Navarrete as we take a look at a couple of replays before hopefully going back in the Conceição corner.
Good jab to the stomach from Conceição. Finishes with the hook. You know, continuing to let his hands go. Not letting Navarrete get any clean shots off in that round.
And yeah, Tom Taylor came over to the doctor and just said, I want you to check inside of Conceição's mouth.
Oh, hey, no. Put him over here.
I just want to make sure that blood is coming from. Go right here for me. You ready? You ready? Time in.
Just wanted to, I guess, see where that blood was coming from. Conceição kind of just shrugging it off. As we resume action here, and
I'll put Conceição really back in this fight if he can hold up this pace for the last 3 rounds.
Oh, that one had
stumbled him back a little bit.
Navarrete backing up just a bit, and
look at these stats. I mean, the punch output, the power shots, the jabs, everything. Conceição's up.
But it's 2 knockdowns, Michaela, that are likely making the difference. Round 4 by an uppercut, round 6 down from a body shot. But still a good performance from the challenger tonight as he goes down to the body. Really putting in a lot of work.
Not letting Navarrete get set, not letting him even think about what's next, just keeping that work rate, which honestly, his amateur pedigree is probably really helping him out right now with that, knowing how to consistently in and out, not let up, keep those punches coming.
And the vibe that I got from Navarrete this week is he really did expect Conceição to kind of be more elusive and really kind of work around the ring, and that he was going to have to make him fight. He kept saying that, and I know he's not sitting there studying tape like crazy. He's just not one of those fighters, but that really hasn't been the game plan for Conceição.
Conceição is holding the center of the ring. He's not running at all.
He stood there and fought.
You know, maybe that's what's throwing Navarrete off. He just didn't train for this version of Conceição. He trained for a runner. Yeah, these combinations that Conceição are throwing, it's just keeping Navarrete off him. They're not big, huge power shots and combinations. I mean, to me, it's winning him the rounds, but it's taking a lot of effort.
Oh, that's a right hand that landed right to the temple of Conceição. Back to the double jab and downstairs for Robson. Navarrete pouring it onto the body.
You see how Conceição tied Navarrete up and pushed him back. Didn't want to be up against the ropes. That was a smart move.
Smart veteran move. Down to the body. Ooh, that one might have hurt Conceição for a minute. Down, right back to it. Left hooks to the body from Vaquero Navarrete.
He's got to tie him up and take a breather.
Conceição backing up almost to his own corner now. The bell will save him here, but a strong finish to that round for the champ.
O que é que está acontecendo? Está começando muito bem. Ele está querendo começar no final. Ele está crescendo no final. A gente não pode fazer bloqueio. Aqui, pode aí. Meu filho, passa a ser campeão do mundo. Tem que ganhar um 2 rounds bem. Tá equilibrada a luta. Mas ganhar bem. Ganhar atacando. Com a mão da frente. E não pode ficar na corda parado não, para não bloqueio não. Tem que mover, tem que girar. E quando ele recuar na corda, continua atacando aí na corda, não recue não. 2 rounds é campeão do mundo, porra.
How's your Portuguese, Michaela?
Not good. Nope.
Robson,
not as good as my British accent.
No meio do ringue, não na corda. Na corda tem que girar e voltar pro meio de novo.
Speaking of that,
okay.
Got a fight coming up, Michaela, don't you?
Yes.
January 20th.
Back to the UK, this time Liverpool.
Michaela will be fighting Natasha Jonas in Liverpool. Natasha will be defending her IBF welterweight world title, and Michaela's moving up in weight once again and looking to capture a world title in a second weight class. Looking forward to seeing you back. Although I love having you here on the mic.
Yeah,
I know fighting is your true love. I get it.
And I've been enjoying it over there in the UK. Hopefully I won't have too many booers, and hopefully I'll have enough fans to compete with the hometown of Natasha Jonas.
I think you've made yourself a few fans over there in the UK. Well, the championship rounds now, 11 and 12.
Navarrete's coming forward a lot more in this round. Maybe knowing that he sort of got outworked this last round.
Connected with a big right hand and then a left. Blood coming out of the mouth of Conceição. Again, harder shots now from the champ. Slapping shots from the challenger.
Conceição's got to dig to the body too. He can't just headhunt.
Oh, everything you have here for Conceição, you got to empty the tank. This could very well be the last opportunity he has at winning a world title. He's tried twice before and unsuccessful. He's given everything. He's fought a really good fight, Michaela.
He always does. I mean, in all of his world title fights that he's had, he's put on, you know, good performances. He's never backed down. He's never shied away. You know, he lays it all on the line. He gives it everything he's got.
He is doing the same right here as they go back and forth. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go here in round 11. Conceição just no oomph behind any of these shots.
No, you can see them weakening even more.
Yes, and part of that is that shot right there to the body. Navarrete just digging. And he gets stronger.
And mixing up his punch selection too. He just threw an uppercut left to the body. You never know where they're coming from now. You got to be careful of the uppercuts too. Conceição doesn't want to duck right into one.
Tom Taylor asking Conceição if he's all right, as he's taking a good look at the challenger, who is taking a deep breath but still throwing punches, keeping himself in the fight.
He's got to finish with more than just 2 punches.
I don't know if he has the energy to, Michaela. Oh, that one. Got in a good shot there with the right hand that momentarily backed up Vaquero Navarrete.
Got to find the energy. He's got to finish to the body. He's got to mix it up. Head, body, head, body. Can't let Navarrete know what he's going to do. He's got to catch him.
Oh, pouring it on with the combination to finish the round is the champ. Conceição a little unsteady on his legs coming back to the corner, Michaela.
Definitely looks a little bit shooken up.
Respira, respira, profundo, respira profundo. ¿Cómo andas tú?
Último round agora, último, ok? Último!
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside T-Mobile Arena, we go to the 12th.
Yeah, there's a look, as I was saying, he almost needed to get helped to the corner. That's what we were seeing. You guys weren't at the end of the round. Very unsteady on his feet to finish round 11. This is the 12th and final round. Emmanuel Navarrete 3 minutes away from likely walking out of here with the strap still around his waist, but
I'm sure he smells blood right now too. I think he sees that Conceição is weakened, and he's gonna about to put it on him.
Conceição, though, I mean, I know he's come up short before, but definitely has the heart of a champion, and he's showing that tonight. He's landed some solid shots. He's thrown punches and combinations. He's worked downstairs to the body, even more so than that of Navarrete. He's landed 36 shots to the body to Navarrete's 26 shots.
Still throwing.
But one is hitting with boulders and one's hitting with pebbles.
You can see it. He's just not turning his knuckles into the shots. And also leaving his back leg when he throws that right hand. So he's vulnerable because he's out in the open, but he's also not getting the power off his back hand because he's not bringing that back leg with him.
They're calling for heart from the corner of Conceição. He's definitely shown that tonight, trying to encourage their fighter as he goes down to the body with the stab jab.
I'm surprised Navarrete isn't putting it on a little bit more. This is the last round. We all know Conceição is tired. We see it. I'm sure he sees it. I'd be pressing him right now and trying to finish it, trying to close the show, unless he feels somewhat fatigued as well, even though I don't see him breathing hard.
He also has had and shown a lot of respect for Conceição the entire week. They've touched gloves before almost every round.
got a cut from an accidental headbutt.
As you know, we're only a minute left. Vaquero Navarrete says, okay, come on, let's go. And they touch gloves again. And they're saying he got cut from an accidental headbutt right there. Good job with the replay on that, guys. But it doesn't seem to bother Navarrete, who senses that he's 50 seconds away from another successful title defense. But you know, we'd love to not leave it to the scorecard, right?
Conceição's giving it all he has, though. He's letting his hands go. He doesn't care. He's like, I'm not going to leave here without laying it all on the line. I mean, he's dead tired. You can see, but he's not stopping.
Yeah, and you rarely see Conceição get tired, and that just speaks to, you know, the amount of pressure that Navarrete has put on. But back and forth they go. Under 30 seconds left as the crowd is into it now, and both of these guys are duking it out at the T-Mobile Arena. And
I mean, I would even be giving Conceição this round. I mean, he's landing.
What a fight here, as they have given their all and much respect as this crowd has come to their feet at what they saw here in our co-main event tonight. That's how you fight for a world title. And that's how you defend a world title.
Yeah, you really can't, you know, say anything bad about Conceição. I mean, we'll see what the scorecards say. I'm interested. It'd be a different story if there weren't knockdowns in this fight.
And you know, if you look at the CompuBox numbers, Michaela, this decision would seem to go Conceição's way. He threw more punches.
That's what I'm saying.
Landed more punches, threw more body shots.
If it weren't for the knockdowns, this might be a complete... We don't know what the decision is yet, but it may be a completely different outcome.
There's a look at one of the knockdowns. Conceição was knocked down in round 4. An uppercut round 6 with a body shot. As the judges tally up the score now. But my hat's off to Robson Conceição for the effort that he just gave, and also to Emmanuel Navarrete, who didn't seem to come into this fight expecting what he got from Conceição.
Yeah, you know, not as dominant of a performance that we're used to seeing Navarrete have, which says a lot about Conceição, but he did have the bigger power shots, did get the 2 knockdowns. And that could be the game changer in the decision.
And it's why they say sometimes when you look at the CompuBox numbers, it doesn't always tell the story of the fight. And this is just one of those. I mean, if you circle out and be like, how did this guy lose? And it's just like all the hard, effective punches and the knockdowns all went the champion's way. But had Conceição had a little more of that power, it would have changed a lot of these things, because he landed some great shots and had some good combinations and a very high work rate.
There's a lot of things that these numbers don't show. You know, the strategy, the ring generalship, you know, who was the aggressor, who really had the ring generalship. Oh, you can see Floyd Mayweather right across the ring.
So, you know, those 2 knockdowns Navarrete has in his pocket, but Conceição, man, like I said, I give him all the credit, and I'm sure, you know, these judges gave him a lot of those rounds that he outlanded the champ and the ones that he didn't get knocked down. But I think Mark Chinook is in the ring now. We're going to await the official decision to see if Vaquero Navarrete does indeed walk out of here still a world champion, or Conceição, if 3rd time is the charm and he finally gets that coveted world title belt around his waist. Good to see Miguel Diaz in the ring there with Vaquero Navarrete. And love to see the sportsmanship with both of these guys too. And of course, Navarrete giving Conceição his hat as he's done before. As we take a look at a couple more highlights, and you know, even from these, I mean, you could tell how good Conceição was with a lot of the punches that he landed in combination, but Vaquero was the more imposing, physical, stronger fighter. So what do the judges like?
At least at the beginning of the fight he was. You know, I think Conceição kind of, even despite how tired he was and, you know, exhausted from his punch count, he still hung in there, and I think he won those last few rounds. So, you know, we'll see. I just really wish he could work on turning those punches in a little bit more. You know, bringing his back foot with his right hand and having a little bit more sting on his shots, and I just think he'd be a whole other fighter.
And here's the numbers that we were talking about, guys. 852 punches thrown for the challenger, 43 of those down to the body, and he landed on a 25% clip. So both of the guys landed about the same efficiency, but it's just the work rate that Robson Conceição had. He threw so many more punches and landed them. They just didn't have any effect. But hey, a punch is a punch. A scoring punch is a scoring punch, whether it hurts you or doesn't hurt you.
They had to have some effect, because for the most part they kept Navarrete off of him.
Yeah, and kept Navarrete's work rate lesser than we're used to seeing.
Exactly.
I don't know what the holdup is here. Makes me think that maybe this one's pretty close. Oh, they did swap hats. My producer, director, Marty Cohen, pointing that out. I mean, I'd be taking my hat off to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds here inside T-Mobile Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Don Trella scores the bout 114-112, Navarrete. Max DeLuca and Chris Flores both have it 113-113.
Oh.
This bout is a majority draw. The champion retains his title.
Wow. Oh my goodness. A majority draw. Navarrete is still the champion, but that means that the judges, the two knockdowns is what gave Navarrete the draw. Two of the judges, Michaela, had the fight for Robson Conceição, but the knockdowns made the difference.
I'm not mad at that. Like I said, I think he won the majority of the rounds. It's just the knockdowns. And now I'm not mad at this decision, because now this allows for a potential rematch, a second go around, and we can find out who makes the adjustments and who really is the better fighter.
So despite scoring two knockdowns in the fight, the champion is now with Bernardo Osuna.
Oh, la verdad, creo que es bien merecida. Robson es un peleadorazo, dejó el corazón en el ring. Hubo muchos detalles por cuestión de técnicas, pero la verdad, lo que dijimos lo cumplimos, nos brindamos al público y estoy muy contento de al menos tener el cinturón nuevamente.
I'm happy to come away with the belt. I give a lot of credit to Robson Conceição. We both did what we said we were going to do. We came out here and gave the fans a wonderful fight, and he's a tremendous fighter. His technique is next level, and that's what made it so hard. ¿Qué sigue para ti? ¿Va a haber revancha? Will there be a rematch, or would you want to go elsewhere?
Yo creo que la merece completamente Robson, sin embargo, no dependo 100% yo para tomar esa decisión, pero si hay, me pienso preparar aún mejor. Sé cómo pelear Robson, él sabe cómo peleo, y creo que si hay una revancha va a ser una excelente pelea.
If it's up to me, I would definitely give Robson a rematch because he deserves it. It may not be up to me, and if I get another crack at fighting Robson, now I know how he fights, what his technique is like, and what his strengths are. Robson, la tercera iba a ser la vencida. Te brindaste con todo. ¿Qué te pareció la decisión? It was supposed to be the third time the charm. You gave your all. What did you think of the decision?
Sim, brindamos sim. Uma pelea muito dura, Vaquero, muito forte, muito difícil na pelea, pero eu me quedo contente, pero eu sei o que existe aqui hoje.
I give Vaquero Navarrete a lot of credit. He's such a powerful fighter, but I know what I did tonight, and I know that I deserve the victory. ¿A ti te apetece entonces una pelea de revancha? ¿Y qué sería diferente en una revancha? What would be different if you would get a rematch against Emmanuel Navarrete?
Sim, para mim foi uma pelea muito boa e sim merece uma revanche muito imediata para nós outros competir melhor, treinar melhor e assim fazemos uma segunda pelea muito melhor que a de hoje.
I think we both deserve the rematch. He's a wonderful fighter. I prove what I'm capable of, and I believe that if we do get that rematch, we will both train harder. We will both give you, the fans, an even better fight because we've both proven what we're capable of. Muito obrigado. Muchas gracias. Tess, back to you.
I just got to look at the scorecard, and the two judges that scored it a draw gave 7 rounds to Conceição and 5 rounds to Emmanuel Navarrete, but of course the 2 points lost for the 2 knockdowns made it a 113-113 draw, and the other judge obviously 114-112 Navarrete, but all 3 judges gave 2 of the last 3 rounds to Emmanuel Navarrete, and that's when we saw that pace kind of slow down from Conceição, except for the last round. All 3 judges gave the last round to Conceição. Remember, we were saying he was tired. Right. You could tell that his punch output. So those championship rounds, those last 3, Navarrete capturing 2 of those, got him the majority draw tonight, and is the reason why he's still walking out of here with his belt.
But just a little bit more from Conceição, and he wouldn't be.
It was a good fight. It was a good fight. I have no problem with seeing them run it back. All right, on to our next one, right? Another world title fight still to come. It's our main event for the vacant WBC lightweight title. Shakur Stevenson taking on Edwin de los Santos. Before we get to the ring walks and introductions, we're going to give you another look at what's happening, or what has happened this week behind the scenes. Here's another look at Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Stevenson de los Santos.
I checked off a couple of boxes. I checked off becoming a world champion, becoming a 2-weight division world champion, unifying the belts. Them boxes is all checked off.
Stretch forward, stretch forward. That's good. That's good right there. All right, switch.
Now I guess what's next is the undisputed pay-per-view superstar, become one of the biggest fighters in the sport of boxing. And I just want to run boxing. I want to be the face of boxing. I think that's on my checklist. And whenever I'm able to do that, I feel real proud of myself. I just gotta stay disciplined, stay focused, keep doing exactly what I'm doing, and let everything take care of itself. And we got a tough fighter in Edwin in front of me, and I gotta go get him right now. So let's just more so be focused on Edwin.
It's not looking good for Jamel Herring right now. He can still try to get himself in the fight, but Bomac is right. He's got to try to commit.
¿Dónde le pone el pie? Cuando no quiere hacer nada, ve dónde pone el pie. Y se quita. Cuando se ve, se lo mueve y se mete.
He just hurt Herring with that. But you got to go forward if you want to get it done.
¿Dónde va corriendo? Cabrón, te metiste adentro, saca las manos.
Ahí es que tiene que sacar.
Ahí es que tiene que trabajar.
Él le está dando la distancia a él.
Le da la distancia, entonces
y él es más chiquito.
This guy's a bum, bro. Let's go get some bum. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. We got better things to do. Oh, he's gonna feel them, all right? He feels them all the time. Especially he says.
If you look at Shakur's fights, not to downgrade his wins or his ability, but he fought a lot of guys that are flat-footed. A lot of guys that are jabbing, they'll stay right in front of him. You know, he never had nobody move him back, push him back. He never got hit with something that made him change his train of thoughts. Mano arriba. Por debajo, hombre y gancho. Ahí, mátame.
Yo opino de la habilidad de Shakur, de que es tremendo boxeador, es muy buena defensa, pero siempre mi entrenador dice, defensa no gana pelea.
Pásate. Métela.
Yo tengo para romper el esquello que él traiga de pelea, cualquier estilo que él traiga, yo tengo para vencer cualquier estilo.
Métela.
¿Qué pasó? El gato duele. ¿Qué pasó?
You want to put these on? You'll find out.
As the clock ticks down, each fighter counts the days until they put their skills to the test in the fight capital of the world.
Time's up.
Edwin,
The dream's over. The door closed. The stage closure. The fire out. The pace slow. Nothing left on the desk now. We pace low.
For Edwin de los Santos, his path to his first world title will be no easy task.
Claro que sí, para mí esto sería un gran cambio de vida. Yo no tengo nada que perder y voy atrás de eso, de hacer el cambio de vida.
In his way, a former two-division champion, ready to add more wins and belts to his impressive resume.
I'm hungry still, like I'm very hungry. Me at my best, it's hard to deal with for anybody. Anybody who stands in front of me at my best is gonna have a hard time. And let's get it banging. Let's see who the hungry is.
For Stevenson, 7 months of waiting for an opponent are finally over. The fight is set, the fighters ready, and the night rapidly approaching to secure the vacant WBC lightweight belt and their place at the top of the division.
All right, Michaela, we're getting ready for our main event. I know we're going to break it down a little more in detail, but quickly, you know, what does each guy need to do?
De los Santos has got to punch in combinations. He can't sit back and wait for Shakur. He can't just throw 1 or 2 shots at a time. He's got to go in, rough him up a little bit, make him uncomfortable. We all know that Shakur is extremely comfortable in there. He has a high IQ. He's great with his timing, great with his spacing, and he can control the ring. And he can control mostly anyone that he gets in there with. And so De los Santos has got to make him uncomfortable. I think off the bat, counter his jab. Don't let him get comfortable behind the jab. And he does that well. Edwin will duck the jab and come over with bigger shots. And he'll come with 3 or 4 or 5, and that's what he's going to have to do. He's going to have to catch Shakur Stevenson pulling back.
All right, well, I give credit to Edwin de los Santos for taking this fight when so many didn't. I mean, it's like Shakur Stevenson has become one of the most avoided fighters in all of this sport. As you take a look at the track from Formula One Grand Prix that's taking place this weekend here in Las Vegas, and a big money maker here for the city, the inaugural Grand Prix race and a long-term deal that ESPN and Formula One have with the city. But back to the fight, I mean, Shakur Stevenson sat down with Mark Kriegel to just talk about how difficult it's been really to get opponents and why he feels like he's the best in the game right now. Take a listen.
I'm a superstar in this sport. You line them up, name them, I'm ready for whoever.
Who's boxing's most avoided fighter?
Clearly me.
What do fighters fear in fighting you?
Losing. I think a lot of people realize...
You just losing.
It's the fact that you fighting somebody and you can't hit them. People don't like to be embarrassed.
I remember your first fight in Newark. I think you went through 3 opponents before you found someone to fight with. And now you are a 2-belt champion. The same damn thing for this fight.
Because it's a risk. They know they're dealing with... They don't see any wrinkles. They rather sit back and wait and see if they can find an opening, find a wrinkle.
When this negotiation cycle began, we were talking about a fight with Devin Haney. What happened?
Just like you seen with Lomachenko. Lomachenko had a bad fight with Jermaine Ortiz. He's ready to jump in the ring and make the fight happen.
I think it wasn't the best performance, but you know, I know that if me and Loma was a fight, you know, a better version would be on that night.
Same thing with Regis. Regis is coming off a terrible performance, and now he's full head on ready to fight Regis.
So you weren't surprised when he took Regis?
Devin kind of showed me where his heart was at when I went in that ring, and he ran out the ring. I think that let me know where he was at mentally.
Hey, for now, bro. For now.
Right then and there, I told everybody that fight ain't gonna happen.
Vasily Lomachenko, you wanted him.
That was the most disappointing one out of all of them. I got a lot of respect for Lomachenko, and coming up, I watched him, studied him as a fighter. I never really seen him like say no to no fights.
Then Frank Martin was a done deal. What happened with that?
He said yes to the fight, and then when it came to fruition, now you see posters, you see everybody hyped about the fight. I think that made him catch cold feet because he knew he was dealing with the truth.
Have you had any contact with him?
Yeah, I DM'd him. He didn't want to talk about me and him. I told him, I said, you scared. You just don't want to fight me.
So why did Edwin de los Santos take this fight?
Because he believed he can win. I think that he truly, deep down, believed that.
What's the best thing he does?
He got quick reaction.
Where's he most vulnerable?
I think that for the first 4, first 5, he's going to be tough. Once you take him in the deep waters, we're going to see how tough he is.
What does he have that all these other guys don't?
He got hurt. He called me out. He went to my city, made a whole video, try to force the fight. He put the me on me. And honestly, I just answered the phone call.
He pulled a me on me. He pulled up on me and said, I want the smoke. Well, he's about to get it.
He did exactly what Shakur would normally do.
The WBC declared Haney the champion in recess, you know, for taking that pro-grade fight. So that's what made the WBC lightweight world title vacant for Shakur, and what we all thought was going to be Frank Martin, the #1 and #2 contenders, to fight for that world title. And they had a date, you know, they everything damn near announced the fight. You know, negotiations were so close, and then apparently not enough compensation on the Martin side to make the fight worth it. And so he ends up pulling out. So then they go down the list, right? Because that's what you're supposed to do when there's a vacant. You're supposed to have the top 2 guys fight for it. They go to Loma, Isaac Cruz, William Zepeda. All of them declined the opportunity at the time. Then brings Edwin de los Santos, and he says, bring it. And here we are. So kudos to him for wanting to take the opportunity, but that's why you get a #6 versus a #1 for a world title fight.
Right, but I mean, it says something that, I mean, this isn't just, you know, an interim belt or whatever. This is WBC
world title
at a very competitive weight class, 135. And so people who should 130. So they should be, you know, desperately trying to get a shot at this world title, but obviously something's standing in their way. Obviously something's holding them back, and I agree with Shakur. I think it's him.
All right, Edwin de los Santos, more than ready for the moment, supremely confident. There's a little more from La Granada.
12 rounds for the vacant WBC lightweight championship of the world.
Yo cogí esta pelea ya que él ha salido en las redes diciendo que todo el mundo le tiene miedo, que no tiene oponente. Entonces yo salí a llamarlo e incluso dijo que yo no estaba a su nivel. Entonces salí a hablar en las redes y por eso le puse su nombre de Shakur Stevenson. Es débil en los planos bajos. La defensa no es muy correcta, tiene fallos y se darán cuenta esta noche. Lo mejor que Shakur hace es correr. La ventaja de esta pelea yo la veo en mi velocidad y en el contraataque. Esta noche yo voy a enseñarle que él no es un boxeador invisible, no es un fantasma que los golpes no le llegan.
Edwin de los Santos, we talked to him this week. He is so confident. He feels like he has everything it takes to defeat Shakur Stevenson. He said, you know, even just the fact that he's a southpaw fighting a southpaw, he's like, I know what he's gonna do because I do those same things. I fight from that same position. I know what to expect coming my way. And I mean, easier said than done. I've sat across from now 20 previous opponents of Shakur Stevenson who all thought they had the blueprint, and none of them have been able to do it yet. What do you think gives Edwin de los Santos the confidence that he has when we spoke to him this week? And all promotion long.
I mean, it's just what you have to have. He was probably thinking he wasn't next in line for an opportunity like this, right? You know, he was 6th on the list.
Right.
So when he got the call, whether he had the confidence or not, he sort of had to shake himself and say, find the confidence, because this is your opportunity. And this is boxing. You don't, opportunities are slim. They come and then they go. And so he's smart. He pumped himself up, whether he, like I said, whether he really has the confidence or not. And, you know, like I said, fake it till you make it. He took the opportunity. So, you know, regardless of whether he feels that confident or not, you know, he's tricking his mind, and he's going to come out here and he's going to put on a show, and he's going to do what he has to do for the opportunity.
For Shakur Stevenson this week, he's felt really relaxed. He had his daughter around him later in the week. Typically, he doesn't see his fiance or his daughter till after the fight. But you know what, Sid? I feel comfortable. I feel like I can do more of me, not just what people are telling me to do. You shouldn't see your kids, or you shouldn't see your family. You shouldn't do any of this. Like, I'm confident in where I'm at. I'm very comfortable. And he's like, I give De Los Santos credit. He's a good fighter, but for me, it's another day at the office because I just feel like no matter who it is across from me, they're not better than me. So the guys are getting lined up to make their ring walks here at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're gonna take a look at this amazing vignette. This is boxing produced by Top Rank.
Also. There's a right hand, snaps the head back, and Pryor is hurt. The right hand, Hearn another right. Hearn hits him with an uppercut. Hagler, he's hurt. Hagler is done. Hearn's got inside. Takes another right. Hearn's in deep trouble again. Hearns is down. Hearns is down in the 3rd round, and on his back. What a shot. Hand right to the chest. Oh, and a right hand drops Mancini. And a combination again. And Aguayo's in trouble. And Leonard flurries. Oh! He's got Gonzalez down, and he may not get up. Down goes Leonard with a combination from Hearn. Corrales comes back in a round who was losing 10% and wins the fight and knocks out Jose Luis Castillo. Oh, that left floored him. It came from nowhere. It's over. Ali is the knockout winner.
All right, let's take a look at the weigh-ins yesterday. For our main event, there is Edwin de los Santos and Shakur Stevenson, both on the scale. In fact, Shakur Stevenson coming in pretty light, 133.8, Michaela, for this scheduled fight at 135 pounds.
The main event of the night, Shakur Stevenson, 20-0 with 10 KOs, 26 years old, going up against Edwin de los Santos, 16-1 with 14 KOs. He's just 23 years old, but he is coming in with a higher KO percentage, as well as a 2-3 advantage. What he doesn't have is the experience, the world title experience that Shakur Stevenson will be having tonight.
And and this is going to be quite an experience for all the fans in town. The Formula One race kicking off this weekend, starting with tonight's festivities here at the T-Mobile Arena and a practice run for all the race car drivers. And these two have been racing to get to the fisticuffs, and I promise you we are just moments away as these fighters are getting ready to make their ring walks. Edwin de los Santos fighting in his first scheduled 12-rounder, and it's for a world title, and it's against one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in Shakur Stevenson. And Shakur Stevenson is a 2-division world champ. He's attempting to win his 3rd world title in a 3rd different weight class tonight, and that's all been in a span of just 9 fights, should he be able to be victorious tonight. Edwin La Granada, the Grenade, de los Santos, 24 years old, supremely confident this week. A southpaw fighting now out of Brooklyn, New York via Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. It's ranked number 6 by the BC, 7 by the IBF, and 12 by the WBO. At 135 pounds. Edwin de los Santos telling us this week, we have to be at max aggressiveness, but controlled aggression. I want to be cautious, yet powerful. Enjoying every minute of this ring walk for his first world title opportunity at 24 years old. Just turned 24 last month. But in order to capture that illustrious WBC lightweight world title, he's gonna have to go through Shakur Stevenson, 20-0 with 10 knockouts, also a southpaw, and about as good of a fighter these days as you're gonna find. He pretty much checks every box in what you're looking for in someone at the world championship level. The vacant lightweight
Ladies
world
and
championship.
gentlemen, welcome inside T-Mobile Arena here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This evening is brought to you by AutoZone, get in the zone, by Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations, and by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. We are sanctioned by the Nevada State Athletic Commission Executive Director, Jeff Mullen, Chairman, Dallas Hunn. This fight is scheduled for 12 rounds for the vacant WBC Lightweight Championship of the World. Our judges at ringside, Tim Cheatham, David Sutherland, and Steve Weisfeld. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Harvey Dog. And now, to everyone here inside T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, Nevada. And to everyone watching on ESPN, this is boxing. This is Top Rank. And oh, baby, this is the main event. Introducing first out of the Bud Light blue corner. Presented in association with Samson Boxing. With head trainer Cello Betancourt. He weighed in at 134.3 pounds. Wearing red, white, and blue trunks. His record, 16 victories. With 1 defeat. 14 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Making his first attempt at a world title. Welcome the KO artist from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, Edwin La Granada de los Santos. Introducing out of the red corner. Presented in association with Antonio Leonard Promotions. With head trainer Wally Moses. He weighed in at 133.8 pounds. Wearing black trunks. His record, perfect. 20 fights, 20 victories. 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is a 2016 U.S. Olympic silver medalist. He is the former WBO featherweight champion of the world. He is the former unified WBC and WBO junior lightweight champion of the world. He is ranked #1 by the WBC at 135 pounds. And pound for pound, one of boxing's best. Representing Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, Shakur Stevenson!
All right, boxers, you received your instructions earlier. As a reminder, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Obedeceme todo el tiempo. Toca los guantes. Touch them up. Good luck. Buena suerte. All right, baby.
Harvey Dock, the third man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer here with you for our main event for the vacant WBC lightweight world title. Battle of the Southpaws here. And it's go time.
Shakur again immediately takes that space. He's really good at that. Just one step back, even a slight lean. Makes him so hard to hit.
Stevenson coming into this fight as a 2-division world champion at 126 and 130 pounds, looking to become a 3-division world champion.
Good quick double jab to the stomach from Dos Santos, and a quick combination to follow up with it, pushing Shakur Stevenson back against the ropes.
Dos Santos feels that he's gotten under Shakur Stevenson's skin this week. He says, I think that he's going to come and try in here and get him to be aggressive, and that's what I want. I want him to be aggressive. I want him to take the fight to me, and that's because De Los Santos has 14 knockouts in his 16 victories and knows that that's the easiest way to walk out of here a world champion tonight.
The first thing I notice is his quickness. You know, and you got to be quick with Shakur. You really got to be quick when you're going up against someone like Stevenson, and that is what De Los Santos is doing. He's stepping in fast with the jab and quick feet.
De Los Santos saying that he's here to fulfill his dream. He wants to be at max controlled aggressiveness. He said there's no risk in being aggressive against him, but I need to be cautious and powerful. As he doubles up with the lead right hand jab from the southpaw stance. Fighters taking some time to feel each other out here in round one. Oh, Shakur connects with the right hand at the end of that exchange.
Again, perfect spacing from Stevenson.
Down to the body with the left hand for Stevenson. A lot of foot feints from both fighters. 30 seconds left to go in round one.
Good jab to the stomach from De Los Santos.
He's taking that double hop with that lead right foot is De Los Santos is trying to work his way in with that jab.
Yeah, he knows one step isn't going to do it. It's got to be a double step or a triple step to close that space.
With your head and thank them with your feet too.
Into the Stevenson corner we go with his grandfather Wally Moses taking lead.
When you jab, you want to jump in, throw that fucking hook. Let him jump right into that fucking hook. All right, that hook in that left hand.
And the Edwin De Los Santos corner with Humberto Betancourt in his corner once again.
Está buscando comprar tiempo. Está buscando ritmo. No deje que entre ritmo. ¿Está bien? Esa no es la de jab. Deja la cabeza quieta. Vamos aquí. Yo lo cogí dos pintas. Una abajo. Sí, pero está tirándola muy rápido. No le enseñe todavía, un poquito más. No le enseñe todavía. Que ella viene. Ella va a caer, lo dice. Él te va a invitar. Él te va a invitar.
One of the biggest issues that opponents face when facing Shakur Stevenson is they just can't land punches. They just can't hit him. His punches from opponents land at the second lowest percentage of all fighters. It's really, really impressive. They land just 13% of their total punches. Bivol opponents are the only other opponents that land less than Shakur's, and that's at 12.4%.
Yeah, that's always been his greatest asset is his ability to keep that perfect space, and I don't think it looks like he's doing anything special or fancy, right? So people don't really know how tricky he is until they actually get into the ring with him.
And that's what they all say afterwards. The way he measures the distance and the way that you go to look for him or throw a shot and he's just not there where you think he's going to be.
And I will give it to De Los Santos. He is also keeping that perfect space. Usually Shakur's jab is popping you right in the center, right in your nose. It's there before you can make a move.
Stevenson telling us this week that he wants to assess the hand speed of De Los Santos in the early rounds. He said he knows, like you said, Michaela, that De Los Santos is good at distance. and that he can be tricky as he connects there with the right hand from Dos Santos. And connects with the left hand downstairs. And tries to get a little elbow in there, does Dos Santos.
Yeah, Shakur has a tendency to pull straight back from shots. And Dos Santos knows he's not going to get there. He's not going to close that space with one combination. So he's got to press the pace and catch him pulling straight back. Get him back to the ropes. And let the combinations go.
De Los Santos tripling up on the jab when he throws it. 2 times there. Stevenson taking his time. Who wants to be first?
Both feeling each other out. This is a chess match right now.
The crowd doesn't love it. Neither one of these guys care, though. I mean, Shakur Stevenson spoke to that this week. Like, I don't need to impress anybody, media. I'm not doing this for anyone else. I need to do what I need to do, fight the way I need to fight.
Yeah, that's the experience kicking in.
Say what I need to say.
De Los Santos said he wanted to frustrate him in a way that made Shakur want to fight. And he's doing that so far, keeping that space, not letting Shakur really hit him clean.
Take a look at the crowd here at the T-Mobile Arena. That is celebrities and fighters in attendance. There is Floyd Mayweather. I mentioned him earlier. He spent some time in the locker room with Shakur Stevenson prior to tonight's fight. Also seen other fighters around.
He's ready to jump every time.
Robesi Ramirez's fight coming up December. Jared Anderson.
Here you have De Los Santos trying to push Shakur Stevenson back. But once Shakur, he feels his back legs hit the back ropes, he ties him up, doesn't let him get his shots off, so the referee comes in and breaks it up.
And kind of, you know, using some tactics. So I'm like, I'm not here to be punked. I'm not here to be played with. Like, I'm going to hold my own too. And I'm not mad at that for the 24-year-old De Los Santos. Might have made Shakur Stevenson a little bit mad, as you can see the reaction on his face, but nonetheless, I mean, this could be 2 rounds to nothing right now. De Los Santos.
De Los Santos has, you can tell he has a game plan. Every time he does step in, he's assertive and he's strong and he's fast with it. But he's not being sloppy or too risky, you know? He knows that he has to gain the respect from Shakur.
He has thrown 50 punches in the first 2 rounds, combined to 27 of Stevenson through 2.
I hear a couple boos right now, but I know that's because people want to see action, but I see a chess match right now. I see 2 fighters feeling each other out.
The difference in the CompuBox numbers through the first 2 rounds is that Shakur Stevenson has landed 41% to just 13% of those 52 punches thrown from De Los Santos.
Curious to see what that first combination from De Los Santos is going to be. He's kind of waiting back, waiting to bait Shakur in. But no big bombs or combos dropped yet.
Nice right hand.
Spoke too soon. Good right hand from De Los Santos.
Edwin De Los Santos is fighting this round so far without his mouthpiece. We're sitting here in the De Los Santos corner. We see his trainer trying to see if they can get the attention of Harvey Dock to insert the mouthpiece. We got a minute left in round 3 and things will carry on. Stevenson strong with the jab there. Double jab misses for De Los Santos in return.
Shakur's a very patient boxer. You know, he's not going to take risks and get hit. He does not like to get hit. So, you know, he'll put up with the crowd booing and being upset until he finds his rhythm and chooses when he wants to let his hands go.
Because he doesn't waste punches either.
He doesn't. Everything is for a purpose.
20 seconds left here in round 3. Slow pace to start from both fighters. More jabs than anything else through the first 3 rounds.
Great double jabs from De Los Santos. Now he has to follow up with a combination behind it.
No lo pusieron. Ahora agárralo tú. Agárralo y ahí está. No, ya. Te tienen respeto, cabrón. No quiere hacer nada. Ya lo que sigue la finta. Sigue haciendo usar las piernas. Que él se va para allá mismo. Empezamos del quinto, sexto barriado, peleamos. Claro. ¿Ok? Oye, no te me tires, no te me cites. Vamos al paso, ya tú lo tienes. Sí, él viene por nosotros, créemelo. La invitación viene, papi. ¿Está bien? No me aguantes. La invitación viene, pa. ¿Está bien? No te desesperes. No es profesional. Vamos, vamos. Dale.
Shakur Stevenson was already up, standing in the middle of the ring, waiting to start the round, anxious, probably going on to a slower pace than he wants to. I know he wants to land some solid punches, but again, he's not going to take an unnecessary risk. He's going to do it on his time. There's that long, straight, sharp jab that he does so well.
Do you think that him being this cautious early and using these as feeling out rounds is like a sign of respect for the skills that he feels that De Los Santos has?
Maybe he may be, you know, in the ring right now thinking, oh, damn, this De Los Santos has some speed on him. You know, he's not running into my shots. He's kind of smart. You know, let me be on my P's and Q's. Let me be sharp. Let me do the same thing and not take any unnecessary chances until I feel this guy out. I think he does have a little respect for him right now.
Touches him with the lead right hand of Stevenson. Just right below the shoulder. Jab connects and then downstairs for De Los Santos with the right hand. Again, that last jab scores down to the body.
We see De Los Santos constantly stepping in with that double jab to the stomach. Oh, good little combination there and some facial expressions to each other. Just like that, he stepped in with the jab. You see Shakur take that step back, but maybe one step back, plant your feet and drop a big left hand or hook and catch him falling in. And not just make the move, but make the move and then counter. Again there, takes a step back, maybe take the step back and then counter. Don't just move.
Stevenson being really economical.
Good rollout.
With his shots as he dips right under there, but you know, at some point he's going to open up and he's going to stand in the pocket and they're going to throw. You're just wondering how many of these rounds are going to go by where, you know, he's throwing under 20 punches per round. When typically Shakur Stevenson throws around 43 punches per round. Still below the lightweight average of 57, but well below where he usually works at this point as the southpaw. And De Los Santos goes with the right hand. Been able to hit him down to the body with that right hand jab.
no. Oh, look, if you're going to stab here, stay down, lock his ass up, and then come. Don't let him get past the lock. You got to start locking his ass up, start freezing his ass out there. All right? Don't let him jump past your mother guard. Then you got your hook, okay? But trust your left hand, too. All right? When you pull him back and you see that shit coming.
Tiene un miedo. Sígueme la finta, cabrón. Sígueme la finta. Saca a la izquierda o enseñar un poquito desde ahora ya.
Just
Ya puedes empezar a
confident,
enseñarla, ¿está bien?
feeling good with
Vamos a
what he's
cambiar
got,
de ritmo
but
ahora.
Stevenson's corner telling him, you know, don't be afraid to let your left hand go too. He's doing a lot of work with the jab. I mean, of his 62 thrown punches, 52 of them are jabs.
He's trying to figure out that spacing still. You know, De Los Santos is doing a good job at not, you know, being in range. He's got the good space too.
I will say that Stevenson told us that he did anticipate a chess match early. He said once he gets impatient, I'll test him and see what's in the gas tank, but I do think it will be a chess match early. So this is how Shakur Stevenson told us he thought it would go.
It's a smart move of De Los Santos to take that double step before he jabs to the stomach. It's a quick double step, but it closes that space. Otherwise, if he were just to take one step with the jab, he'd be right there, falling in, ready for Shakur to counter him.
Keep him up, keep him up. Hands are free, hands are free.
Harvey Dock allowing them to work here. Doubling up on the jab for De Los Santos.
Playful footwork from De Los Santos. Didn't want to follow Shakur.
Body shot scores for De Los Santos. He misses with the chopping left hand and shakes it off. Back to the center of the ring we go now. Stevenson waiting to counter. Sticks the jab to the body.
I think this is going to be a battle of who gets frustrated first.
Like, how long do you want to play this game?
Yeah, how long? Because someone's going to say, okay, time to open up, time to press the pace. Because we're both playing the same game right now. And I've never seen Shakur Stevenson get frustrated and open up carelessly.
Meanwhile, De Los Santos continues to work the body. Stevenson working his way around the ring. And usually, Michaela, in the past, Shakur Stevenson will use his lead jab hand, kind of like a rangefinder. He'll kind of keep it out there and use it to almost just measure, the distance. And he's kind of keeping it kind of tight tonight, kind of in the holster.
Yeah, usually you would keep it out there and as a measuring stick if your opponent is coming towards you. Where De Los Santos is just being elusive. He's keeping that distance as well.
Now look, when you feint on him, when he pop back, okay, he's gonna attack you, right? Shakur, half step him or just step over to your left, right? Attack his ass and then step over again. Keep stepping over to you. When you pop him, step over again, okay? You pop him, step over. You pop him, step over. Away from that hand. But every time he miss, you hit him with your jab. Start scoring points on this motherfucker right now.
I got you.
All right? Right? Especially with the...
Vete y búscalo y mátalo. Ese para ella mismo. Yo lo tengo. Vamos, gallo.
We talked about pushing the pace and which fighter is going to give and pick it up first, but I feel like, honestly, it's kind of in De Los Santos' favor if he picks it up and starts to push the pace. Now that's the way he's going to win this fight. You talked about it in previewing it. It's throwing combinations, picking the pace. It's not trying to sit here and outbox and out-jab Shakur Stevenson. He'll fight at this pace all day long.
Especially being, you know, the underdog in this situation. You know, if it stays this way the whole fight, it would suck. It's going to be a boring fight, but Shakur Stevenson would walk away with the decision. So at some point, yeah, De Los Santos has to open up, and maybe Shakur knows that. Maybe he's just waiting. You know, it's a style, though. Stevenson's style is a style that is really appreciated by true boxers and technicians and, you know, people who know the sport, know the game. It's, you know, sometimes you hear some of the fans booing because they don't understand it.
And this has been at a much more pedestrian pace than we've even seen in recent Shakur Stevenson fights. He picked it up early against Yoshino and got him out of there in the 6th round. Even against Ponce Sao, a fight that knew he came in overweight and was a little heavy on his feet. He won a 12-round unanimous decision, but he was dominant, and he still threw a lot of punches. Oscar Valdez, same thing.
Yeah, this must mean that De Los Santos is pretty tricky himself. You know, there's something about what he's doing that's making Shakur a bit hesitant.
Nice job of getting out of the way and then answering with the right hand for Stevenson there. It's not a lot of combination work coming from Stevenson as upstairs, downstairs, De Los Santos goes with the right hand. Jab getting right out of the way from the counter shot.
He's trying to counter Stevenson's jab, but Stevenson's jab is just so quick and sharp and fast that it's difficult.
Why do you think he's not throwing the left hand behind the jab, Michaela?
His jab isn't landing perfectly. You don't let if you can't hit him with the jab, you don't let the backhand go. I think he's really looking to pinpoint that jab and land that flush jab right in the nose before he starts dropping in that backhand. And because De Los Santos is taking that step back, just like Shakur does, De Los Santos is doing the same thing.
Scores with it there.
He does score with it there, yes. You know, maybe now he'll start dropping in that backhand. Or even when De Los Santos is stepping towards him, he could drop it in.
Let's listen in.
It's all right. Hey, let's start pushing that motherfucker head back. You want to come in? But jab, and throw the fucking uppercut and the hook, okay? So look like this here. Say, Don't pull the hook, uppercut, jab. When you shoot the jab, uppercut right off of there, throw the hook and that back. All right? That. Okay? And start keeping his ass on the fucking end. But listen, trust yourself, okay? Sneak that left hand in there and sneak the bananas in there. And the 1-2 off that fucking jab, all right? He ain't bringing nothing back. If he bring it back, you know, step over, counter his counter.
Come with the 1-2. So Coach Wally Moses saying kind of what we've been saying is, okay, you see the jab, time to drop in the 2. Which have the southpaw stance is on left hand. We'll see if he makes the adjustment. I mean, we're halfway through the fight, Michaela. It's round 7.
It's time. It's definitely time to pick it up.
And the crowd here is chanting Vaquero Navarrete because I think they want to see more of what they just saw in the co-main event.
Is that what they're yelling?
Yeah, that's what they're saying right now.
Watch the hold. Don't hold it.
And there's been, you know, talks about what happens when Navarrete moves up and if he'll fight Shakur Stevenson.
Stop. Watch your elbow.
So perhaps maybe that's some of it too, but back to the jab fest we go. 105 jabs now thrown from Dos Santos, 76 from Stevenson.
There's a hook from Stevenson. Santos that I was predicting to see tonight. That's how he's going to close the gap and land on Shakur. He's got to go in with the speed and explosive combinations, 4 or 5 punches, moving forward, carrying his feet with him. Because one thing Shakur does is he does pull straight back. He will go back in line, and a lot of times it works for him if people can't hit him.
I mean, the punch output from Stevenson tonight is way below what he's used to. I understand that he's economical with the shots, and he does land at a higher clip, and he is landing at a higher clip. But he has not thrown over 20 punches in a round in this fight when he averages 43.9 in his last 8 fights. The same could be said for Edwin De Los Santos, who averages 46 punches per round, and his highest output was round 4, where he's thrown 31 punches.
I personally think De Los Santos is playing it smart. You can't run in on Shakur. You got to play this game with him. You have to. Or he'll tag you, he'll hit you with everything. And you'll catch yourself falling over.
You know, and I give De Los Santos credit too, because some of these jabs from Shakur Stevenson have fallen short. He is doing a great job at measuring the distance when it comes to the stick of Shakur Stevenson and getting out of the way.
Yeah, I definitely think Shakur is not feeling his jab land as flush as it normally does. Which is why I think he's hesitant to throw the backhand. He wants to feel that jab landing clean first.
And he pop in on you right here. Don't pull your hand here. Okay, when you shoot your jab, keep your hand out here now. All right? And he running, he got to get past your jab or your hook. Yeah, watch them elbows.
He coming straight in with that motherfucker.
But look. Start there, Shakur. Stop going straight back, okay? All right, now. Start throwing some combination and throw some of them straight left hands under and out, all right? All right, you got to trust yourself a little bit more, all right? All right? Can you see him coming in with that left hand? Huh? Can you see him coming in with that left hand? You see it, start getting it. You're doing fine, baby. All right.
Shakur's grandfather is letting him know to drop that backhand in and roll out. He feels like he's going to be short. Maybe he feels like he's going to be short with it because De Los Santos keeps taking that step back. So he says, just drop it in and roll out.
Back and forth, they go with the jabs once again to start round 8. More of the same here. Quite perplexed at why Stevenson has not let the left hand go.
Keep him up, stop!
Yeah, I think that,
I don't know if there's some sort of injury. I don't know what's going on.
Usually he'll throw that jab and take a step back, but that's when he has to drop the backhand in. Bait him in, jab, bait him in, take that step back, go ahead and take that step back, and then drop the backhand in, right as he's following you back. Now you see De Los Santos playing, showboating a little bit.
Finally, Stevenson throws it as a hook downstairs to the body with the left hand, but
that was a good double jab from De Los Santos too. Yep. Shakur ducked into the second one.
Absolutely. De Los Santos not standing there to get hit, doing enough and getting out. And there he lets the left hand go following the jab.
Shakur just doesn't like making any mistakes. He tries to wait for the perfect punch sometimes because, you know, that's what that's the standard he has for himself. Don't get hit. You know, a perfectionist. So he's looking and waiting for the perfect punch, but at the end of the day, you have an arena full of fans here and they want to see it. They want to see it. They want to see you let your hands go. They don't care about perfect.
And probably what's got to be a little frustrating, though, for De Los Santos is although he's throwing more punches, he's landed less. Shakur Stevenson has landed 39 shots. Edwin De Los Santos, according to CompuBox, has only landed 23. Only 12% of his shots has landed on Stevenson, whereas Stevenson has landed 31. So he's throwing more, but he's landing less, and he's not as effective.
Quick. You got him.
I see Stevenson warming up a little bit now, pressing the pace a little more. I think you're going to see him pick it up in these next couple of rounds.
But listen. Look, start walking his ass around, okay? Know what you do? Start walking his ass around. Start running numbers on him, okay? Start throwing more one punch and give him an angle. You walk him around, you're going to have an angle, okay? He want to come straight back at you. Walk his ass around and give him an angle so you can hit him here, Mitch, and you're going to hit him. Walk him around, have some fun, but start...
I had a brief chat with Bernardo Osuna, who is the sideline reporter on the ESPN domestic broadcast, and he asked Coach Wally Moses about Shakur Stevenson's left hand, and he said, no, his hand's fine. He's like, I'm telling him to let it go. I'm telling him to throw it. He's just not doing it. So, for whatever reason, a little more reserved with the left hand tonight is Shakur Stevenson as we enter round 9. The feints and nice timing there as that shot connected for Stevenson.
You know, maybe it's just, you got to give credit to De Los Santos. Maybe he's just a little bit trickier than we all thought.
And I mean, one of the notes that I wrote down here when talking to Shakur Stevenson is him saying, he can be tricky. I'm anticipating that. But I think he thought he would have it figured out a little bit sooner and would be able to frustrate him. But keeping his composure is Edwin De Los Santos, hanging right there with Shakur Stevenson. And this is only the second time in the young career of De Los Santos that he's even seen a round 9. He's been in 2 scheduled 10-rounders. His last one went the distance against Joseph Adorno.
Oh, good. Well, he shouldn't be physically exhausted, but this can be mentally exhausting, this chess game, and then waiting and looking for the perfect shot.
The right hand snuck in on the previous exchange there for Shakur Stevenson. Down to the body with the right hand for Stevenson. Again, stab jab down to the basement for Stevenson. Just one shot.
There you go. Keep it in front.
Doc with the warning for both guys here. Let's listen.
Both you guys, don't hit him behind the head. Don't hit him behind his head. Both of you. Time in!
I thought he was going to warn them to press the action. Say, time to go.
I think we'd all like to see that right about now, especially being that it's almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast, and even earlier for our friends and now in the morning and overseas. Down to the body with the right hand for De Los Santos.
That's the step back I wanted to see from Shakur. He took that step back and then dropped that left hand in. It was short, but if he continues to do that, he should land it.
Look into the Santos corner.
Oye, vamos allá. Ahora, óyeme ahora. Vamos a seguir el cuerpo, gallo. El cabrón no se para.
Not even sitting on the stool here as we get ready for round 10. Maybe trying to send a message as well.
I think he's definitely trying to send a message tonight. Regardless of the outcome, he wants to send a message that, hey, Shakur Stevenson apparently is extremely hard to hit, but so am I.
Tú tienes que hacerlo pelear. Tú tienes que hacerlo pelear. ¿Está bien?
Seconds are out.
I did think that De Los Santos would have gotten a little more frustrated right now and would try to push the pace a little bit more at this point. Actually thought that for the last couple of rounds, but right now he wants to fight Shakur Stevenson's fight, and I don't know if that's a winning strategy for him.
Maybe Shakur also feels his power and is cautious not to run into anything because he does have a high knockout ratio. And I'm looking at him right now. The first thing I noticed when he got into the ring, De Los Santos has a very large, muscular, strong back. You can see where that power comes from.
Looking at the numbers power punch-wise, I mean, Shakur Stevenson has landed 12 of 35 power punches. Edwin De Los Santos has landed 8 of 67, just 8 power punches landed.
Yeah, well, Shakur's not letting them land them.
Finally lets the left hand go.
Good counter back hook. Sort of a looping overhand left.
So far and few between tonight.
De Los Santos tries to come in with his big overhand left.
Quick! Yep, good.
That's where I feel like Shakur needs to catch De Los Santos, is when he's leaping in with the jab. And instead of just taking that little step back, drop the backhand in. Meet him with a shot. Because De Los Santos, he's not throwing more than the jab. He's not coming over the top with his left hand very much. So Shakur can meet him with a backhand without worried about getting hit.
Yeah, for as much as we're talking about the lack of the left hand being dropped by Shakur Stevenson, it's not like De Los Santos is sitting here and putting a lot behind all of his jabs either. He really hasn't loaded up with his left hand much at all.
No, they both sort of threw their first couple of left hands in this round.
As we have 20 seconds to go here in round 10. And
good counter right hook from Shakur Stevenson.
Out of range again from these shots to land. I mean, he's not landing because Shakur Stevenson's finding the distance, but he just cannot turn it up offensively.
Yeah, he's got to get that distance. He's great at doing it. It works, but he's got to come back afterwards.
Listen, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. You worry about right here and keep doing what you're doing, okay? Start dropping it like it's hot on him, man. Well, if you can get in there, drop it like it's hot. He ain't expecting to come down.
Every time I come in, he grabs it.
Okay, you know what?
And the red blender.
Okay, well, that's it. Let's go banana loaf on the outside. Okay? Like banana hot, banana loaf on the outside.
I just clearly took control of this shit. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you're doing great, man. Listen, you locking on you and locking and doing what you're doing, okay? Keep hitting that motherfucker with that jab, and every time he miss, keep doing what you do.
Keep picking your shot. Seconds out!
Round 11 as we get to the 2 championship rounds that Edwin de los Santos has never seen before as a professional. Let's see if he can step it up, step up the work rate, try to take these last 2 rounds to try to win this vacant world title. Right now, he's only been able to land 12% of his punches on Shakur Stevenson, which is pretty much what every other opponent has struggled with that has stood across the ring from him. The difference is the lack of output from Stevenson has really had everybody puzzled tonight.
I missed what that shot was. The ref was right in front of me, but I think Shakur dropped his backhand in. Both good jabs from both of them.
Those shots connect and score for Stevenson with the lead right hand. Jab just falls short. De los Santos not throwing. Some feints with the lead foot. It's quite perplexing, honestly. I think not only for us calling the fight, but the fans watching, not
waiting for that turn up. I'm waiting for that.
Oh, well, let's get over that for now, because it doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
You know, I've heard that Shakur will go in the gym and sometimes spar 20, 30 rounds. You know, just working. I'm wondering if that affects the pace in which he fights in what would be a short session to him, a 12 3-minute round session, which is what we're doing in the fight.
But I've never seen him fight a fight this one-handed before. I just haven't. I've covered his entire professional career, and even when he was boxing and moving, and people talked about him not having man strength and how he doesn't have as high of a punch output, but it's never just been only with the jab.
Yeah, he usually, one of my favorite punches from Shakur Stevenson is the left hook. So from his backhand, he'll jab and he'll loop that left backhand around. Lands every time. Even a 1, 2, 3, and then finish. That 4th punch is a left hook to the head. And it's a beautiful punch. I've practiced it in the gym, trying to mimic it. But he hasn't thrown that punch once this fight.
And there's his fiance Lyric and his beautiful daughter Leilani.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is if the hook miss now, jab, okay? If the hook miss, jab. If he want to win, he's going to be coming. So he should start hitting this nigga with some 1-2s, all right? 1-2s and step over if you want to win. Okay. All right? 1-2s, okay?
There is Leilani cheering on her father, Shakur's mother and fiance. Lyric here sitting just behind the red corner.
Santos, touch him up, touch those guantes, touch gloves. Thank you. Back up.
And I think it's just hard to when you follow a fight like what we just saw, and then you see a fight like this, which has been, taking a quick glance at some of the responses on social media that have been sent to me is like, is this a sparring match that we're watching? Like, I thought we were watching a world title fight. Like, what's wrong? What's going on? What's happening? I wish we had more answers for you.
Yeah, it was a bit hard to hear in the corner, but I believe his grandfather once again was telling Stevenson to drop in the 1-2. Just let it go.
There we go. Santos connects with some power punches in that exchange. At least for the first time, throwing, more than 6 punches or a 6-punch combination to try to push the pace the first time in a while.
When De Los Santos does let his hands go, it looks really powerful to me. I really don't think, great 1-2 from Stevenson. He's not the guy you want to sit in there and exchange with. So, to an extent, Stevenson's fighting smart, trying to keep that space, but he just needs to drop in combinations, just like that, and then land.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And then De Los Santos comes back and landed a left hook to start off that combination. Harvey Dock has to break them up once again. 1 minute 20 left in this 12-rounder.
My favorite round yet. Some good combinations in here.
It just makes you wish that there was more of this early on.
Wish it would have started a little bit sooner.
A lot of bit sooner, yeah. And I'm sure we'll hear from Shakur Stevenson after this fight in the ring and see what's going on, as we will with Edwin De Los Santos, and have them kind of break down how this went from the fighter's perspective. But right now it's 153 jabs of the 200 punches that Shakur Stevenson has thrown, and 215 jabs of the 312 punches that De Los Santos has thrown. That's the story of the fight.
The only thing I can think of is De Los Santos is he feels his pop. Stevenson feels De Los Santos pop. He has to, because
sure,
that's the only thing I can think of as to why he's not. Because if he sensed weakness, if he knew that there was no way De Los Santos could hurt him, he'd be pressing the pace, backing him up, walking him down like he does, like he's done in the past,
even with one hand. And instead, this one is going to go the distance and go to the scorecard.
That shit, tell us that. He's coming to fight.
Tally up the CompuBox numbers while the judges tally up the scorecards. But I am a little perplexed at what we saw tonight. I just didn't expect that kind of fight. I did early. I thought it would be a chess match early, just like Shakur said, but I mean, rounds 1 and 2 looked just like rounds 9, 10, and 11. We'll take you through a recap here of
one of the few exchanges they had. De Los Santos was really good at doubling that double jab and backing Shakur Stevenson up, but he didn't really come over the top with anything else. This last round, we got some good 1-2s from Stevenson. Every time he threw them, they landed. Makes us wonder why he didn't start throwing them a little sooner. But they both seem to be like a little irritated, a little, underwhelmed with each other. They looked at each other like, why'd you box like that? Why'd you box like that?
I mean, they both tried to be counterpunchers, so nobody was throwing first. Everyone just wanted to hit with the jab, not a lot of combinations. Either fighter was waiting for the other one to give in and break and start to throw a lot of punches, and that just is not what ended up happening. And it's not the kind of fight that for, Shakur Stevenson, who wants these guys to get in the ring with him and make these big fights and make all this money, like, are you going to line up now and want to
Yeah,
I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't in that sense, right? If you go in there, dominate a guy, and knock him out, that doesn't mean someone's going to line up to fight you. But when you have a jab fest where you just...
And I think mostly it's not fan-friendly, you know? Especially when there was so much build-up for this fight. Everyone had their expectations really, really high.
Mark Chinook is in the ring. He's going to give us the official decision in just a few moments, but I think a lot of people here are just like, what do we watch? What happened? And what's wrong, if anything, with Shakur Stevenson and his left hand as he comes over to Edwin de los Santos and tells him good fight and gives him his respect.
A lot of people won't want to fight you, bro.
I heard him say you're tough.
Definitely looking forward to what they have to say in the post-fight interview. I think we all are extremely curious at their thought process in there.
When we look at the CompuBox numbers, we'll bring it up on the screen for you probably after the decision is announced, but Edwin de los Santos was held to just 13% of his punches landed, even though he threw 107 more punches than Shakur Stevenson. He didn't even land as many as Shakur Stevenson. 65 punches landed to just 40 for Edwin de los Santos. 35% of the power punches landed by Shakur Stevenson, but just a total of a little over 500 punches thrown total by both fighters. Such a low output from what we're used to seeing from both of these guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds here inside T-Mobile Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the Bud Light Celebration decision. David Sutherland scores the bout 115-113. Tim Cheatham and Steve Weisfeld both have it 116-112 for your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBC lightweight champion of the world, Shakur Stevenson!
Your winner tonight, and now the WBC lightweight world champion, Shakur Stevenson, winning on all three scorecards, 116-112 twice, 115-113 on the other, in a fight that he pretty much fought with one hand for reasons that maybe we'll find out momentarily when he speaks to Bernardo. Maybe we won't. But did enough to get the decision tonight. Michaela?
Yeah, I'm just as curious as you, and probably everyone, to hear Shakur Stevenson's thoughts on what was going through his head in that fight, and maybe why he didn't let his hands go or do what we expected him to do or what he normally does. I think the most exciting part about this is that it could potentially set up a big fight with someone like Devin Haney, who we would all want to see them in the ring together.
Alongside the new three-division champion, Shakur Stevenson. Shakur, what does it mean for you to be a three-division champion at just 21 fights?
I really don't care about it. I had a bad performance tonight. That's all I'm really focused on. I wasn't feeling too good, so I'll live with it. It's okay. I came in, got the victory, and that's all I wanted to do.
Shakur, you seem like a one-handed fighter tonight. You only landed 21 left hands. I know you wouldn't talk about it, and Pop-Up wouldn't tell me anything about your left hand. Was your left hand hurt?
Hey, listen here. I don't got nothing to say about that. I don't make no excuses. It happens. We go through a lot as a fighter. I'm good.
What do you mean, then, that you didn't feel well tonight?
I just didn't feel good. I didn't feel good before the fight. Honestly, I already told myself, if I'm feeling like this in the ring, and if it's not going well, I'm going to make sure that I box and get the victory.
So it was purposeful to go the full 10 rounds just to make it the distance. Talk to me about what Edwin de los Santos brought to the ring. You seemed a little bit cautious at times. Did he hit hard? Was he hard to figure out?
Yeah, he got some punching power. he got a good little defense and he's a little tricky. He grabbed a lot on the inside. When you get on the inside, he grab and stop you from punching. But he's a good fighter.
All right, now we know that there's a lot of big names now that you hold the title at 135 pounds. Who does Shakur Stevenson want next?
Let me take a step back and assess myself. I can't give you no names right now. I felt bad this performance. I got to go back to the drawing board and work on a lot of things and come back.
All right, and what would you like to improve on just off of this raw emotion that you feel right now?
I got to take some breaks. I got to stop being in the gym all the time. That's how you cause injuries. That's how your body get a little fatigued. So I got to take a little break and relax a little bit.
All right, enjoy Thanksgiving and Christmas with your daughter. All right, we'll now speak to Edwin de los Santos. Edwin, la emoción se nota en tu rostro. ¿Qué pensaste de esta pelea y esta decisión? You're emotional. What did you think of the decision?
Bueno, todos saben lo que pasó. Vinimos fue para una carrera de atletismo. No vino a boxear, yo no estaba a su nivel, le demostré que estoy por encima de él porque nunca se paró como se para con los otros peleadores. Hice mi trabajo, él vino a sobrevivir y eso fue lo que hizo y le regalaron el título, pero yo soy campeón del pueblo.
You know what? I came to fight, he came for a track meet, and I wouldn't say that I'm on his level. I say I'm above his level because I came to fight tonight. I came to put on a fight, and Shakur Stevenson decided not to fight. He was gifted a title, but I am the champion of the people. Obviamente, te gustaría una revancha, pero ¿qué podrías cambiar tú para poder neutralizarlo? You obviously would like a rematch, but what could you do differently because he's going to fight the same way?
Bueno, si fuera una revancha sería en un campo de atletismo, porque él nunca se pararía conmigo a pelear, él lo sabe. Por eso tiene ese nombre y siempre le voy a decir Shakira Twitterson, porque eso es lo que es una Shakira, corriendo.
He says, look, he would never give me a rematch in the ring because it would have to be a track meet where he would give me a rematch, and that's why he's earned the nickname that I've given him, Shakira Twitterson, because he's not a fighter. ¿Qué sigue para ti entonces? Where do you go from here?
Bueno, para mí sigue lo mejor, tengo el mejor promotor y sé que vendrán más oportunidades. Sigo en espera a todo el que venga.
Well, I know that greater opportunities are coming for me. I've got the best promoter in the world, and I just have to wait to see what's next for me. Tess, we'll send it up to you and the guys.
All right, well, we did get some answers there from Shakur Stevenson. I'm not feeling like myself. I don't want to make excuse. We have long camps. Sometimes injuries happen without being specific, but you and I both know, most people watching around the world, that wasn't a Shakur Stevenson performance. And for Edwin de los Santos feeling like, hey, I did enough to win the fight. He didn't want to fight me. I pressed the action. I should have been champion tonight.
Well, I don't know if De Los Santos did enough because he also did not really press the action, right? If you look at the stats, even though they both weren't very active, Shakur still was busier. When it comes to Shakur admitting that he didn't feel good, okay, he's honest, he didn't make excuses. But honestly, I mentioned that 30 rounds in the gym, going